I'm calling to order the Brattleboro Selectboard of Tuesday, April 1st, 2025. We met in executive session at 5:30 and discussed matters, and no decisions were made. And at that time, I asked the town manager, John Potter, if this meeting has been properly warned, and he said,
Yes, it was.
yes, it was. So, we're convening our regular meeting, and the first order of business is to approve the minutes from March 10th and March 24th. Can I have a motion?
I'll motion that we accept those minutes.
Great. Peter has moved that we accept the meeting minutes from March 10th and March 25th. All select board members, raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's 5-0. Now, the next item is a ceremonial item. And we have the swearing in of our new fire chief. His name is Jay Simons, and his, he will be administered an oath by Hillary Francis, and Jay's wife, Julie Francis, will also join us. So you want to please meet us here. Hillary?
Can't hear you, sorry.
All right. Can you hear me now? No.
I don't think the mics are on.
Oh,
They're on the, do not enhance sound of the movement for the TV.
all right. Everybody will speak up.
I, Jay Simons,
Do
do solemnly affirm
that I will faithfully
that I will faithfully
execute the duties
execute the duties
of fire chief
of fire chief
for the town of Brattleboro Fire Department
for the town of Brattleboro Fire Department
for the period
to which I have been appointed
to which I have been appointed
and will therein
do equal right
and justice
to
to all people
people
in the best of my judgment
and ability
according to law
under the pains
and penalties of perjury.
Well, now, we'll take a 5-minute break so we can congratulate Jay, and then we'll return to our business.
Sorry, I didn't get you first.
Awesome.
Testing, 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 testing. It's hard to know. Yeah, I thought you liked Haley.
So, no. So all that does is the mics are constantly hot. So we gotta keep them hot. No, seriously, they're super sensitive. But like if you have to
Okay, so we have a fire chief. The next item in our agenda is chair's remarks. And
Let's let the room settle a little.
I
need that gavel.
oh yeah, gavel.
Hit it, do it.
Okay, we will resume. Chair's remarks. Last Wednesday, there was a fire, a 3-alarm fire at SIT, and it was an electrical fire. And there was an active fire in 5 buildings, and 126 people were displaced, 17 of whom were minors. And there were no injuries, but it was a large emergency, and in terms of number of people displaced and number of buildings affected. And I just wanted to say a few words about that emergency. The fire department and DPW responded immediately, and the town's emergency management team sprang into action and coordinated the effort. The various town participants were Pete Lynch, our Public Works Director, who's also served as Emergency Management Director, and the Assistant Fire Chief, Charles Keir III, and Captain Emery and the entire fire department, and Carol Lalott in Parks and Rec, served as liaison to the Red Cross, and Dan Tyler and the DPW staff played a very important role. Seth Thomas, who's right here as our communications director, played a very important role in informing the public. And Assistant Chief Jeremy Evans of the police department. Also involved were members of the BUHS, the State Emergency Management, the Sheriff's Office, the Red Cross, and SIT and ECDC. And the Brattleboro Co-op and the Vermont Country Deli played a very important role, and we appreciate their efforts. And I was able to participate in these emergency management meetings, and I was able to witness the fine performance of our town staff. And I want the public to know that our professionals were calm, caring, and thorough. And they made sure that all aspects of the fire itself and the displaced persons, all their needs were addressed. And their security, and then there was mental and physical health, and food and shelter, all assisting the Red Cross as necessary. And I just further want to comment that we are very fortunate to have such capable professional staff with our town, with a deep bench of resources. And to call specifically Pete Lynch for his really balanced care, and he's both competent and graceful in his performance of his duties. And I thank all the staff, and really am happy to have been able to witness such a fine reaction to an emergency. That's all. Manager's comments.
Thanks, Liz. I also wanted to thank everyone who supported the response to that fire at SIT. It was a great example of the town staff, the organizations, community members coming together to help each other out and get through that situation. I'll be bringing some specific recommendations to the board's next meeting for your consideration for accommodations on that.
Great.
The Charter Revision Commission is considering whether to recommend a change to the form of Brattleboro's annual town meeting, and they've launched a survey to seek public input before deciding what to recommend for approval by either RTM or a townwide vote. and then by the governor and the state legislature. This survey is part of the information gathering process and is advisory only, and you can find a link to that survey on brattleboro.gov, or if you would like a paper copy of the survey, you can pick one up at the Brooks Memorial Library or at the Senior Center. Also, my last thing I was going to mention is that starting with this meeting and moving forward, the Zoom credentials, so how you get on to this meeting if you're online, for select board meetings will be updated every quarter. The most up-to-date Zoom credentials will always be listed on the agenda for the meeting and also on the town calendar. So that is all I had tonight.
Great. Are there select board members who would like to make comments?
It's nice to be here. I have a cold, that's why I'm wearing a mask, so I apologize if my voice is muted, but I'll try my best. But I might not say much, which would probably be a good thing.
Isaac?
Yeah, well, thank you all for participating here this evening, whether online or in person. Today I had the opportunity to visit the Econo Lodge up by Exit 1, as today was the day that hundreds of Vermonters were exited from the motel voucher program at the direction of the executive order of the governor of Vermont. And I had the opportunity to speak with a gentleman who is using a cane and who was leaving the motel program because he had to today, and he had nowhere to go. He didn't know where he's going to sleep tonight. He said the state did not give him a tent or sleeping bag, a ground pad. I talked with a man who uses a wheelchair, who had similar concerns. He was on hold for 3 hours with Economic Services Division, waiting to be able to renew his voucher. People have been falling through the cracks right here, just a mile up the road. And so I wanted to, first of all, commend the people who work in our social services, also the people who work in our town government for who have shown kindness and care and concern despite the immense challenges that have been put upon these staff members, whether in government or in non-governmental organizations. I want to thank the volunteers who are providing support to our unhoused families and neighbors. And I want to thank the people here who are working for solutions. I know there's a group that we'll probably talk about at future select board meetings, the Community Homelessness Task Force, that has, I understand, is developing. There's a proposal that's been developed. I understand that there's resources, millions of dollars at the state level that's available. And I'm pleased to hear that there are folks working on that. It looks like there is still a need for finding a location for when the cold weather comes. I remember when I was growing up here, the Baptist church was a place that took in folks when it was really cold out. And I know there are folks who are out of options. So I know the time for planning. I think we heard this at representative town meeting, whether it's finances or in this case with folks who are unhoused. We want to be looking at that early on and not waiting till it's cold again to start thinking about where folks might go. And of course, we want to look at options that are not going to be raising our taxes and are not going to be depleting our funds for our town. But I believe that together we can address this situation, this crisis. I work during the day on humanitarian crises around the world, and to see this going on a mile up the road really broke my heart today. But I am so grateful for the work that people are doing. I know that folks are interested in donating camping gear, sleeping bags, tents, ground pads, flashlights, battery packs. They can drop those off at Groundworks. And I look forward to working with the town staff and with the select board on solutions for the future. Thank you.
Okay. Public participation. Are there members of the public, I guess there are, who would like to speak about something that is not on the agenda? And so let me just say that, the budget is on the agenda, so if you want to talk about the budget, talk about it at that time. Yes? And please state your name and let me know if there's a particular way that you would like to be addressed.
I'm Marta Gossage, District 9, and in light of what Isaac just said, I wanted to ask if the town would please remove the anti-homeless obstacles on the benches by the co-op. I went and looked at them, and not only do they would stop someone from lying down, they also would stop like 3 people from sharing a bench. But I think the message that it sends is, we would rather have you sleep on the ground where you might get hypothermia and get wet than allow you to put your head down on a bench overnight. So I think that, I want to request that the town does this out of kindness. Thank you.
Thank you. Next comment? Yes, Christina?
Hello, Christina Cheyanier, District 8. Hi, new select board.
A little bit louder, please,
Louder,
Christina.
okay,
Yeah.
I can do that. I just wanted to bring to the select board's attention that there is there's funding opportunity for extreme weather shelter that municipalities are being encouraged to apply for. The deadline is April 25th, which is really soon, but the committee that Isaac just mentioned has been working on this. I've been to a meeting or two. I've met with some John Potter and Sue Graff, and lots of people joined in to try and get something set up for this last winter, and it was too late. And so I would hope that all the work that we put in this winter could at least not be wasted, and an application could be put in before April 25th, so that we have funds to do this, and it's not taxpayer money. And now is the time. I'm not sure if the emergency plan that has to be updated every year between town meeting and June 1st, I think it is. I'm not sure if that emergency plan includes something like extreme weather shelters, but in the last thing I just want to say was that in working with the town and other people, other residents, in trying to get some shelter for this winter, I was really surprised to see that Brattleboro is not emergency prepared for something that doesn't trigger the Red Cross or outside entities to come in and help us. We, as a town, have no options. I mean, no options, right? Like, that's what we just kept coming up with. There were no options. There was nowhere for anyone to go if they might freeze to death at night. It might be, instead they have to go to an emergency room, the laundromat. I mean, there's no option. So it's not just for our homeless neighbors, but just if someone's furnace breaks in the middle of the night, if something happens there, Brattleboro as a town should be prepared to put up something in an emergency situation for our residents. Thanks.
Thank you. Person in the orange sweatshirt?
Hi, good evening. My name is Scott Cooper, and my residence is on Main Street. And I just wanted to ask a question. I know in November that the electrical hookups for electric and hybrid vehicles in the parking garage at the Municipal Center were removed, I thought, for repair in November. But they haven't reappeared, and they seem to be permanently gone. And being in Vermont, it is a green mountain state. We want to still be very conscious of the environment and continuing to not have fossil fuels. So I was hoping that the town might reinstall those electric chargers in the garage, and if possible, indicate when that might happen. The reason why I mention it is because today we are to have new parking passes on April 1st for the quarter. I paid for my parking last quarter, but wasn't able to use the facilities the whole time. and I'm not renewing my parking this quarter because those chargers aren't present. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, please.
Good evening, members of the Select Board. My name is Kenneth Gutwine. I'm a recent Brattleborian. I guess I made that up. I don't know. But as resident of Brattleboro, I love it here. It's paradise. But I came here in August, and we had a wonderful fall, but yet there seems to be some trouble in paradise. And I want to just highlight what I've found from talking to my neighbors and being online, et cetera, and coming to these meetings. Firstly, we have a major issue with public safety, and that needs to be addressed. Now, the Finance Committee came up with a 32-page booklet that they presented in the last town meeting, representatives to the town meeting, and they suggested the hiring of 4 new police officers, and I think that's a terrific first step. However, these police officers don't seem to have, at least according to the point here on that table, the power to arrest anyone or the power to enforce anything relative to issues, and I think that needs to be addressed as well. Another issue is taxes, and that was rejected by the RTM because it went over 12%. We can't afford any new taxes in Brattleboro. We can't afford any new taxes where I came from on Long Island. One thing that everyone agrees about is that the tax rate has to come down, not go up. And in reference to that, we need to have a good look at what these 32 pages say, because there's some good ideas here.
Terry,
from our town.
you're moving into talking about the budget, which is an item that's been warned on this agenda. So if that's the remainder of your comments, I'll ask you to hold them till we talking
It
about
is.
the
Thank
budget.
you. I won't comment further. Just saying that this needs to be looked into. And lastly, of course, is the issue of homelessness and drug addiction. And that's a major issue here in Brattleboro, apparently. It's 19% poverty rate for this town, and that's higher than almost any other town in Vermont. So we have issues with people who cannot afford housing. We need to address them, and some good points were made this evening about the possibility of addressing them. And lastly, I'd just like to comment positively on the Department of Public Works, which has done a wonderful job of snow removal, is there all the time and takes care of our roads, which some of which are like mine on Hillcrest Terrace need repaving, but they do, and they've done an excellent job. So I'm very pleased to be a resident of Brattleboro and look forward to many years to come. Thank you.
Terry, can you just tell me your last name again? I didn't catch it.
My last name is Gutwine. Kenneth Gutwine?
Thank you.
Surely.
Oh, it's Kenneth.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but could we please have a brief recess to bring more chairs into the room? They're obviously overflowing the room, and there's plenty of room.
Yeah, you can sit in that back room.
Okay.
All the people standing, there's plenty of chairs in that room right there. Person in the back row.
Why can't we bring more chairs in here?
Hi, is this working? Oh, I think it might be. Hi, I'm Bonnie Gervin. I'm District 8, and I have a question. Why can't we unlock a door to a facility? It's going to be 22 degrees tonight. There shouldn't be anyone having to sleep outdoors. Please, with all the power we have, with all the empty spaces we have, there must be a door that can be unlocked to let people in. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Matt Butler. I own a local business. I run a business, and I run a building. I'm going to try to take a breath because I'm so outraged. I'm so personally upset. We talk about opening buildings. We talk about, the homelessness. We talk about all this. We have a safety crisis. It should be claimed as a state of emergency. Okay? I have personally been threatened 3 or 4 times in this town Multiple people have not been prosecuted. They had 5 or 6 cases against them because they have mental health issues, so they are not prosecuted. I run a building, I run a business, and I own a business. I was in the works this morning with a colleague. That assistant manager in there was trying to hold the line. The person tried to go to the bathroom. He's a known problem in town and all over. She told him no. He started cursing at her. Me and a colleague told him to get out. We escorted him out. He threatened our lives. The police finally came. Took 10 to 15 minutes to get him taken away. Like, I don't understand any of this. We're talking about opening a building. Do you want to open your house? Like, what is the problem? And then we have this notion of defunding the police. Outrages me. We need 4 more police officers. We need a substation. Because here's the big issue that everybody needs to understand. And I'm going to say the elephant in the room. If this doesn't get resolved, we're not going to have any more businesses. They're already going to Keene. The salon left, multiple places. And the other big problem is people are going to start taking matters in their own hand. It is my constitutional right to defend myself, my business, and my family. And if someone attacks me and my family and one of my multiple cleaners, there's going to be issues. And this is what's going to start happening. My fellow neighbors that agree with me, my fellow colleagues and friends, we're not going to let this town being taken over anymore. When they start attacking us, I was threatened with a knife. Nothing's done because he was mentally ill. They can't prosecute him. There needs to be a substation. The police do the best they can. They can't take 10 minutes to get down here when there's these issues. It's not their fault. I don't blame the town manager. I don't blame the police. I've had a great meeting with the police chief. It needs to be done. Enough of opening buildings and helping people. Let's protect the people who pay and work for a living. Because otherwise, certain people are going to take things into their own hands, and then there's going to be bigger crisis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who was what?
Okay, people, who's next? Yes.
Hi, Gemma Seymour, District 8. I'd like to agree with the first speaker that I don't think that this town should be engaging in any kind of hostile architecture. And I'd like to also petition the board to have the center partitions removed on those benches. Now, I've inspected the benches, and I want to let the select board know that the center partitions are only bolted in to the benches, so they can be easily removed with a wrench, and there's no need for the entire benches to be replaced. It's not a lot of labor. One person could do it in an afternoon. So that's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further comments? Yes.
Daniel Sisto, 111 Main Street. I'm kind of perplexed. I dealt with mental health for 48 years. My brother passed away. You people all sit here, the feel-good area. Brattleboro Retreat, huge place. They can take all they can take, right? Big problem in the United States. Here's my problem. People, excuse my French, shitting in my basement floor, breaking into our building, hypodermic needles, fentanyl, heroin. I've cleaned up multiple times. Go out back at Arch Street, tents, fornicating out back when my tenants are going back there. I don't know if you guys have the blinders on, but people like me who own businesses that have rental properties that are looking to buy more properties in Brattleboro. So those corporations, let me tell you about the corporations that own buildings in Brattleboro. They don't care. They have a property manager. They don't care. As long as their numbers keep coming in, they don't care. So what you're doing is you're driving people like me that live in the community, participate in the community, you're driving us out. We house 8 of them, homeless, through programs. Do you want me to show you some of their apartments, what they do? They destroy them. And 1 out of 8 right now is good, and we cater to them. But what you're creating, what happened this morning, people like me are going to lose it. I almost bounced the guy's head off the floor because he was so rude to the people that are trying to earn a living. They come in there, they sack out, they fall asleep, they're all cracked out. They gotta go and follow the process. Do you want them in your home? Do you want them on your porch? I get it, but do you want them in your house?
Okay, folks, that's enough. Excuse me,
It's
sir.
not inappropriate.
Daniel? Excuse me. I think you're done. Thank you. I appreciate your comments. Your comments come to me. You don't engage with the community.
It seemed to work, that's for sure.
Well, I'm a little perplexed, so I want to put on the next select board meeting.
He was addressed first. He just defended himself.
I understand.
Exactly.
Okay.
But I guess that's not allowed either.
You want to finish up, please? What were you going to say?
Ma'am. All right, before I lose my cool, I'd like to be put on the next select board meeting and discuss this further. So this is actually on the agenda and not brushed off one more time. And I get it. We have to take care of them. I understand that. But we got to start doing something immediately so people feel safe in Brattleboro. Families and all of the rest.
Great. And let me just tell the assembly that in our budget discussions in the upcoming meetings, we will have a discussion of the police budget, and we will discuss the community safety action plan, and please come again and discuss it
You
when
can
it's on the
talk about it
agenda.
all you want, but something needs to happen tomorrow, quite frankly, because it's getting worse by the day. I don't think, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna invite you, select board, down there. When there is a pile of crap in my basement and boxes and my hallways are destroyed, and with their hands, they wipe it all over the walls, do you wanna come down and clean it? Do you wanna pay for that? Because the
Okay,
amount of stuff we
that's
get.
enough.
Not because you don't live it, that's why. You should come with us for a week and see where we live. You should. You should walk and be threatened.
Okay, that's it. That's enough. Thank you very much. Next.
Just a quick, Alyssa Arroyo, District 9. Just a real quick story. I want to give you some context. This past storm, winter's last hurrah, my friend totaled her car. So she needed a ride to Keene. So I gave her a ride to Keene, and we picked up some lunch at Keene. And we were sitting at the stage enjoying a really nice lunch, and there was a nice couple next to us. The woman had gotten up to use the restroom, and we noticed that she was taking a long time. Now, the woman was a little older, so we turned to the gentleman, the partner, her partner, and said, "Would you like us to go and check on your partner to make sure she was okay?" And then she came walking by, and she's like, "Oh, I bumped into so-and-so." And I told her, "Oh, we were getting a little concerned." So then we got it to chatting, and it was a really nice, jovial conversation. And she let me know how she used to regular the stage. However, they needed a break, and they've recently returned, and they're enjoying their lovely meal, and that they love to dine, they love going out and enjoying a meal together. And I said, "Oh, you should come to Brattleboro. We have wonderful restaurants. We have Echo, we have Plated, we have Kips." And her husband looked at me, dead serious, no joke. "Are we gonna be safe?" Okay? So at that moment, I had to defend Brattleboro. And I find myself defending Brattleboro every time I tell somebody where I'm from, okay? There was a time when I moved here and when I lived here, and I would say I lived in Brattleboro, and everybody would be like, "Oh my gosh, it's such a great community. Oh, we love Brattleboro. We love traveling there." That is not the conversation I have anymore with people. We're getting ragged all over social media and the internet. No one is talking well about this town at all. And I just had to convince somebody to come spend their money here. So I just want you to keep that in mind. And I did mention how we do have some more officers and that we do have the new BRAT task force. And they said that they had heard about that. And they did hear that some things were changing, but they're still a little leery. And I reassured them that things are going to get better and to please come to Brattleboro because we would love to have them. Thank you.
Rick?
Fritz Bright, District 9 Rep. I would like to say that empathy without accountability is misplaced empathy. Accountability without empathy is not going to work long term. And so I would like to urge the Select Board and the Town Administration to work with the police force and the prosecutor and the courts to figure out a way to make sure there is actual meaningful accountability. We have situations here, like recently at Amy's, where somebody who was probably the same person who was making a ruckus at the works was not arrested for creating a problem at Amy's, and instead, one of the employees who tried to back Amy up was charged, which is remarkable, to say the least. There were other situations where people were attempting to break into houses, were reported, were caught on camera, and because they did not actually get in and actually take something because they were scared away by the owner, they were not arrested for a clear attempt to break into someone's house, someone who is known to have done this in the past. So it's not even a glimmer of a question what their intention was.
Okay.
So
Wrap it up.
if you don't want to hear it, that's also a problem.
I want to hear it, but I'm saying that we are having a series of meetings about
Right,
the budget.
right.
And the police budget is definitely on the
Okay.
agenda.
This is not necessarily about spending money. It's about choices that the prosecutor make, how the courts deal with things, and how the police are inspired or not inspired to move ahead with concerns, clear, valid concerns raised during the course of their duties,
Thank you.
not about how many police we have. So
Interesting.
it's not about money. Sorry.
Okay. Sue? Thank you.
Excuse my gimpy knee, it takes me a minute. So I wasn't going to speak about this particular topic at this particular time, but I think I need to. I had someone walk up on my porch one night, 10:30 at night, and stole a package off my porch. He was less than 2 feet from where I was, on my porch, scoping out my door. I got the guy on camera. I sent the video to the police department. They arrested him and charged him with a misdemeanor. I get a chance to talk to that person during the court process in order to emphasize to them their impact on me and also their impact on the community for what they did. I think it's important that if we have a chance to have a say within the judiciary as well as with the police department, we should take that opportunity and make it known that we're not tolerating this kind of behavior anymore. Now, this particular person, even after he got arrested, then stole something else from Wyndham Windsor Housing Trust that was turned over to me, and I turned it over to Wyndham Windsor along with video to reinforce the fact this guy took something else from another entity. So hopefully he'll get charged with that crime also. It's the repeat offenders and their misdemeanors. Somebody said to me, well, it was no harm, no foul because nobody was hurt. Yes, everybody was hurt. The consumer, the business that lost money, and my safety was put in jeopardy. So I'm commending the police department for taking action, getting this guy, putting him into the judiciary system, and I intend to follow through with it. Thank you.
Thank you. You in the back, sir.
Yeah, Steve Zaluzny. I just want to mention something also, as how our social services or programs or policies are working. Just to, I talked to somebody from Chesterfield, lives in Chesterfield, New Hampshire, okay? He had 2 nephews. They both became addicted to heroin. So they were in Keene, New Hampshire, apparently. One of them got some good treatment, got some help, and turned his life around. The other one, after his stay in Keene was up, his housing there expired, he came to Brattleboro with his wife and children, and has been in the hotel programs since then. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Are there further people, other people online, I'm assuming?
Yep, there's Hedy Pamazzi here. Hedy, if you
Repeat
can
that
hear
name
me, if you
again,
could
sir.
unmute.
Unmute. Host is not allowing participants to unmute.
Oh, we can hear you, Hedy.
I can hear you.
Oh, okay. No worries. This is Hedy Pamazzi from District 7. I'm a new RTM, and I have conversations with my neighbors regularly, and overwhelmingly, unfortunately, the topic is that some of us are, afraid to spend any time downtown anymore. And I have to second Alyssa Arroyo's comment earlier that I continue to advocate for our town. I raised family, my husband and I, we raised family here. So did my neighbors, who I'm advocating for. And it just seems like that I have to work really hard recently to attract professionals to town to not just keep our tax base, but hopefully to increase it. So we'll have, more to distribute to unfortunate people, but it's just getting increasingly difficult overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
That was all.
That was it. All right.
There's one more.
One more.
Ken Fay, District 8. I'm somewhat confused because 2 years ago, and I guess an independent organization named Brattleboro the strongest town in America. Now, how can it be strong and yet everybody's like afraid? That to me doesn't make any sense. And I think they were independent. Maybe they were bought off. I don't know. But if they were, that means money's involved, and maybe money can help those that need help instead of money going to not help them. I don't know. I'm just confused, and take care.
Thank you for your comment. All right, shall we move on?
May I say something?
Pardon me?
May I say something? Just briefly?
Just briefly.
I just wanted to speak up to say, obviously, thank you everyone for sharing their thoughts, but also we do have a great town. This is a very important thing. We come from all different perspectives, but we have a great town, and we are compassionate, and we do have vibrant businesses. And yes, please don't stop telling people to come to Brattleboro, move to Brattleboro, be in Brattleboro. We have a great town, and I trust that we're going to work together as your select board to make it better. Okay, that's all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amanda. All right, the consent agenda. John, would you like to tell us?
Yes, you
Thumbnail
have
sketch. 2
items on the consent agenda tonight. That if you approve this agenda, you'll be approving a parade permit for Indivisible Brattleboro to march from the Center Congregation Church up to the Commons on sidewalks and crosswalks on April 5th. And you will also be approving the reappointment of Sue Fillion and Ralph Mema as commissioners to the Wyndham Regional Commission.
Great. Can we have a motion regarding the consent agenda?
A motion? I motion that we accept the consent agenda as presented.
Great. Pete has moved to accept the consent agenda as presented. All select board members in favor of that motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
That's 5-0. Thank you. Okay, regular business, Snow Republic. Is there anyone here from Snow Republic?
Yes, ma'am. Walt Bansley.
Great. Would you like to join us at the table over there? That's great. Thank you. And Sean, you want
Sure,
to
we-
address this matter?
Yep. So we've had an application for an outside consumption permit at Snow Republic at 100 Main Street.
Yes, sir.
And perhaps Mr. Bansley would like to explain what this is about and why you would like this permit.
Sure. I was approached by the DBA, Downtown Brattleboro Alliance, about having something on Elliott Street. For those not familiar with where I'm at, I'm on Main and Elliott. So the DBA asked me to apply for a permit for the gallery walk during the summer. I believe there's 5 specific dates that accompany my application. And I'm asking the board to approve those dates and a specific zone that I would cordon off on Elliott Street. That's on the north side of Elliott Street from Main Street until the exit of the gallery parking lot. It's about 50 feet by 4 feet. We would rope it off and be able to sell alcohol and food in that little section. That's the gist of it.
Great. Thank you. And I understand that DBA is working with you to alleviate any neighborhood concerns? Is that?
Yes, ma'am. Generally speaking, they approached me and I said anything I could do, you let me know. So I don't know exactly what they're doing proactively to address it, but I know that has been discussed.
And we're discussing an exhaust fan? Is that the topic?
I don't believe so. I believe we're talking about the permit for the gallery walk.
Oh,
May I make a motion?
sure.
I move to accept the.
Hold
Oh,
on.
oh, there's Puff.
Let's just hear from this gentleman in the back.
Just a point of, I'm Mark Baxter, I live on Main Street. Just a point of clarification. I think you said the permit's for the gallery walk evenings only?
Yes. There's
And-
5 specific evenings.
Right, I'm aware of that, first Fridays, I think.
Yes, sir.
And that goes how late?
I forgot what the hours were in the application, 4 to 7, but I'm half making that up. Whatever I put in there, it's specific hours of the gallery walk.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Okay, Amanda.
Okay. I motion to approve the outside consumption permit for Snow Republic located at 100 Main Street from May 2nd, 2025 through October 3rd, 2025.
Great. Amanda has made a motion to approve the outside consumption permit for Snow Republic located at 100 Main Street from May 2nd, 2025 through October 3rd, 2025. Is there any further comment?
Well, I was curious about the concerns from neighbors. Was there anything more that could be shared about that?
I understand that the DBA is working with the neighbors and this gentleman to address that. So as no one's bringing it up this evening, I think it's outside of our jurisdiction.
I believe it's a whole separate issue.
There you go.
It has to do with my hood exhaust versus the permit for the gallery walk.
All right.
Thank you.
So, all in favor of approving the outside consumption permit, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let's see. Okay, so now here we are at Select Board Housekeeping. And I'll go to that page. So this is the much talked about and heralded new Select Board. And we have a couple of housekeeping things that we must do. One of them is the rotation schedule for reviewing and signing warrants. And I suggest we have a sign-up sheet
Right here.
Page 26.
on page 26. And may I suggest to my colleagues that the new members sign up first and the old hands sign up later in the year, if that makes sense to you, because I want you to have the pleasure and the knowledge that comes with reviewing the warrants.
Works for me.
Okay, so who wants to do April 1st to June 10th?
I'm happy to.
Oscar? Very good.
Isaac, do you have is that an official from Hillary thing?
That's warrants.
Okay.
Presentation schedule.
It's in our
Pretty
binder.
official. It's on a post-it.
Okay, so at the end of the meeting, you'll each sign up at your agreed-upon
Great.
dates.
But yes, I'm happy to go first.
Great.
I just
Or you
write
can
them in
send
as
it,
people.
you can send
Yep.
it in. There you go.
Yep.
What a clerk. What a joy. June 11th to August 19th.
Happy to do that.
Okay. August 20th to October 28th.
Would you like that one, Amanda?
Amanda?
You know, I want to do it when I'm not in my farming schedule, so
All
I'm
right.
hoping for that winter slot.
Oh, what a
Okay.
dodge. Okay, good job.
You know your
Peter?
schedule. I like it.
Peter?
I guess I'll take Amanda's time.
That'll be great. It's not Amanda's anymore, it's yours.
mine.
Okay. October 29th to January 6th. Does that work for you, or would you
That
like
would
the
be me. Yes,
Okay.
please.
And I'll do last, which I'm also had this year. Very good. That's item number 1. Annual Select Board assignments for boards and committees. So, the first item is, and all Select Board members are ex officio members of the Board of Abatement and the Board of Civil Authority. And this work includes being election officials, hearing tax appeals, administering oaths, and of course, the Board of Abatement is the Board of Abatement of Taxes. And all members of the Select Board, the Town Clerk, and the Justices of the Peace are members of the Board of Abatement. I find it very rewarding and interesting to be a part of these meetings, and really, we are advocating for our neighbors. And so there isn't anything to volunteer for. You've already been volunteered. Next item is the Capital Grant Review Board. Does anyone want to volunteer for that?
Go ahead.
Can you share the time commitment?
As needed.
As needed. It's very seldomly needed. This is my 7th year, and I can maybe remember on one hand the number of meetings.
Thank you.
Would we, I'm happy to take spots where we need people. Would it be helpful to talk
Wanna go
about them
down
as,
and then come
just
back?
talk about them as a group and
Sure.
a group of
Okay, the
committees?
next is the Hazard Mitigation Committee, and as I stated earlier, that's a very interesting group of professionals. The Rental Housing Improvement Loan Committee, also, these all meet as needed. John, can you recall when that might have been
No, I don't.
adjourned?
I don't know. It also is very infrequent.
The Small Business Assistant Loan Program also meets as needed. The Traffic Safety Committee, on the other hand, meets once a month, the 3rd Thursday at 8 a.m. And I have been a very active member in that committee, but now serving as chair will give that up for one of my colleagues. Daniel was a member before me. We both found it very rewarding and interesting. It's you meet with town officials and members of the committee who are members of the public, and people who have questions or concerns about specific intersections and locations in town can come, and it's discussed in real time. So I think it's very rewarding. And then next is One Brattleboro, which you all might be very interested to know, is the cornerstone of our public safety plan for Brattleboro. It is the coordination and, meeting of the social services with our police and other first responders. So it is really the future of meeting the needs of people with complex needs and making sure that our town, all members of our town, are safe. And lastly, the Community Homelessness Strategy Team, which Isaac mentioned earlier, is a meeting, actually, when Brattleboro and the Community Homeless Strategy Team are committees adapted by our town manager to address the concerns in our community. So, those are now you can all just sign up.
Aren't there two more?
Pardon me?
Aren't there two more listed below?
Oh, look at that. The Deerfield Valley Communications Union District Governing Board. And this was something that was dear to Patrick Moreland's heart. So, anyone have
Like truly to his heart.
Truly.
Truly.
Yes, and his future now. But the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District Board of Supervisors has been assigned to Stephen Dodson, and the Wyndham Regional Commission has been assigned, once again, to Ralph Mima and Sue Fillion. So, the Deerfield Valley Communications Union District Governing Board goes on there, John.
Well, that is, you get to work with Patrick Moreland, the new executive director, and that's helping decide priorities for where the fiber should be going throughout Wyndham County. And Brattleboro has a say in that.
Brattleboro has a say, and from what I recall from these meetings in the past, it's peripheral areas of Brattleboro because the rest are already served by cable. So it's more of a connection with the outside communities, but very much Brattleboro is a part of it. So, have you all decided?
What if two of us want the same committee?
Well, let's find out, shall we?
May I ask a clarifying question?
Yes.
Are these all public meetings? These these?
Traffic safety is, One Brattleboro is not. The Community Homeless Strategy Team is not. The Deerfield Valley is. The Capital Grant Review Board, I'm not sure if members of the public can come.
I think they can.
I think, when the meetings are so rare, it's undecided whether or not. Certainly, in each case, this and the rental housing and the small business, there might very well be applicants who are members of the public, and someone from the public could be invited to speak to the committee. But generally speaking, they're not public forums or public meetings such as the Select Board.
Also, I'm wondering if we could post these committees on the website.
I'm sure they are on the website somewhere.
They are. Great.
Yeah.
Well, Amanda-
Anyone want to start the bidding?
Sure. I would like to be, I'm interested in the Wyndham South Waste Management District Board of Supervisors and the Small Business Assistance Program Loan Committee, those two committees.
Unfortunately, the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District Board of Supervisors, that has already been assigned to Stephen Dodson. So please pick another.
If Amanda would like to be the alternate.
But would you like to be the alternate?
I'd love to be the alternate, yes, please.
Okay, very good.
John, you don't want to be? I'm stealing that from you, John.
He's got a lot on his
yes.
plate, don't worry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and what was the other one, Amanda?
The Small Business Assistance Program Loan Committee.
Okay.
I can serve on the Community Homeless Strategy Team.
All right. What else? Oscar?
I'd love to do one Brattleboro,
Great.
but if someone else wants, I'm happy to negotiate.
Well, no, I've left the committee because I want my colleagues to understand that experience, so I'd be happy to have you.
And then other than that, when we've gone through, you can put me down wherever I'm needed.
Well, thank you very much. Isaac, do you have a?
I'd love to do the one Brattleboro, but I'm going to defer to Oscar. That'll be great if you do that. And I would be interested in the Rental Housing Improvement Loan Committee.
Rental housing.
The third one on this list.
Thank you. Okay, so we have traffic safety and capital grant and hazard. Any takers? Oh, and Deerfield Valley Communications.
I'll go for the Deerfield Valley Communications.
I'll take traffic safety if nobody wants it. I hear it's exciting.
It's a good one, especially if you're an early riser.
I'm not, so.
Well, they're all on Zoom, if that's any help. Well, I'll join the Hazard Mitigation Committee, because why not? And
I'm happy to join the Capital Grant Review Board.
excellent, thank you very much.
The one concern I have is that the Deerfield Valley meetings are the same time as the solid waste meetings. That's a
Well, I
conflict.
tell you what, if that comes up and it's a problem, John will spell you.
Okay.
And if we could have an alternate on the Deerfield Valley, that would give some flexibility.
Oh, good.
Great.
Who wants to be the alternate on the Deerfield Valley?
I saw a hand move.
I mean,
I am happy to take either that or the other Capital Grant Review Board slot, whichever you prefer.
Oh, well, Isaac joined Capital Grant Review.
do you need two? Or no? Just the one?
No, so you can be the alternate for the Deerfield Valley?
Even for the, we don't.
Oh,
we
I
want
see,
to?
there's two.
It has been two in the past, but
Yeah,
you can
okay.
choose not to.
Oscar. Then I'll be the backup for the Deerfield Valley.
Okay.
All right,
Great.
everybody happy? Within obvious limits?
Can I follow up on one thing
Sure.
regarding the community homeless strategy team? Christina had mentioned applying for a grant that's at the end of the month. Is that something that committee can take on, or is that something?
I'm sure John will take it up with the committee.
Okay.
We can talk about it
Great.
there, yeah.
All right, what's next? Next is the rules of engagement, rules of procedure. I'm letting my reading habits catch up with me. Okay, so every year at this organizational meeting, we are asked to approve the rules of procedure. I'm happy to hear whether any select board members find the document acceptable or would like to make changes. And there is a red line copy attached with several staff comments. Perhaps John would like, or Bob Fisher, is he gone?
I think he's gone home, but.
Okay, so would you address any changes that are recommended?
Sure, there were three, so the board last year revamped this in the form that is the VLCT model form for rules of procedure, and so it was completely overhauled last year. There were three things that we sort of missed, or came up during the course of the year. Well, actually, one is a typo, and that is on page 33 in the red line, 33 of 77, and that was just a typo where the C of that Vermont state statute got captured as a copyright symbol, so that got changed. The second item was, this was discussed by the board, I think, by the agenda committee of last year's board, that in July, you rarely, you do not meet on the July 4th holiday, so it's like always the regular meetings get moved, so you could just notice the public of that in your rules of procedure. We would
Great.
still warn it as
Great.
normal, but, and then the third thing is on the next page, 34, And this was something that Bob Fisher thought that we had put in last year, but we noticed that it wasn't, and that was just the understanding that when you convene as the select board, you're also convening as the Board of Liquor Commissioners, the Board of Health, the Board of Water Commissioners, and the Board of Sewer Commissioners, so that you don't have to go in and out of those meetings every time one of those topics comes up.
Yes, and last time I was chair, we did that relentlessly, so I'm really happy to have that change. Are there any select board members who would like to make any adjustments?
I have some questions.
Please.
Let's see, so page 33 in the overall document, this is probably just a question with an answer. If you and I disagree at an agenda setting meeting about putting something on the agenda, it goes to a vote of the committee. Does that just automatically go on the next agenda as something to be voted on, that disagreement, or does somebody have to request that? Not that we'll
Let's
ever
see.
disagree.
Yeah, of course not.
But
If the chair and the vice chair disagree regarding placement of a requested item on the agenda, the item shall be brought to the select board for a vote as to placement on the agenda. I would assume that that would be brought to a vote at the next select board meeting.
Okay.
And then it's up to majority rule of the select board as outlined in A, B, and C. You okay with that?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Anything else?
I just have a couple notes.
Okay.
Just a question for you, how would you like us to, let's say there's a discussion going on and one of us wants to be recognized to say something. Do you want us to just say, excuse me, or somehow get your attention in some way?
Somehow get my attention.
Okay.
Raising your hand.
Okay.
Say, Madam Chair. Whatever.
Great. And then last one, I could just use some clarity about responding to public participation. I think the idea is that we shouldn't get into a substantive discussion about something that's not warned.
Correct.
So I think, if that's the case, I think we should just make sure that it's sort of a blanket policy, and if all we're going to say is thank you or here's some administrative information, that we do that every time.
I'm with you.
Okay. Those are all my notes.
Those are all your notes. All right. Anyone else? Amanda?
I'm all set. Oscar raised some things I was thinking too. Thank you.
Anyone else? Are we ready to, does the public have any comments on the rules of procedure? Oh, here's a knowledgeable member of the public.
They're all knowledgeable.
But on this specific issue, I think Franz is...
My name is Franz Reichsman. I'm a resident of Brattleboro. This is very much an inside baseball kind of thing, but if the chair and vice chair do agree that something does not go on an agenda, then the board can vote to place it on the agenda anyway. How does that matter come to the board if the chair and vice chair have said, we're not putting this on the agenda? I mean, it could come up in select board comments, I suppose, and someone could say, hey, I really want this on the agenda, and it'll go on the agenda for the meeting following that. But there's nothing that's actually written, I think, about how you do that.
I call your attention to item 3B on page 33. Should both the chair and the vice chair agree that a requested item should not be on the agenda, the item shall not be placed on the regular warned agenda, and the chair shall notify the other board members of this decision by Tuesday, a week prior to the next scheduled select board meeting.
Right, so you find out my item is not going to be on the agenda. How then does it come to the whole board for the board to make the decision that that would or would not go on the agenda?
A select board member would need to raise that issue at the next select board meeting, and it would be, I believe the procedure is, you bring it up under select board comments, and it be discussed and perhaps voted on. I'll check on that.
Yeah, that's,
that time.
I would make this a little more clear. That's really all I'm saying. I was sort of thinking that might be how it goes, but it's not explicit. And, you know, it never came up, at least in the last 2 years. I can attest to that. But if it did come up, you might want to know how to deal with it. That's all.
Thank you, Franz. We will check with our attorney, and do we need to hold up the voting on this for that clarification?
To me, it makes sense that we have it crystal clear when we're voting on it. And I would
Very
also
good.
just suggest that we amend it under section 4A, where it says if a majority vote of the select board approves placement of an item on the agenda, and then just put at the next meeting.
Okay.
Isn't that what you just clarified?
The
It
next
is.
regularly scheduled meeting of the select
Yeah.
board consideration.
I think that's
Is it already here?
already there.
I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
just,
I think what Franz was really getting at is how procedurally we would do it, and it sounds like the answer is during select board comments.
Yeah.
I'm okay not adding that to the language, but depends on what other people want to do.
I can add the wording that it will be heard during select board comments and voted on. But do we want to see if that's?
I just want to check with Bob, because it might be more proper to like add an agenda approval item to your regular.
All right.
And that way, that could be the place where you do that. And I just want
Great.
to check with him about that. So.
Okay, so we'll hold that until our next meeting.
Good.
And,
I'm sorry.
yes, go right ahead.
It's under 4, what Oscar was clarifying is that in the text of number 4, which is if the chair and vice chair disagree, that we just add in for a vote as to placement, for a vote at the next meeting.
I think we're talking about the situation where Liz and I both say it's not on the agenda. So we agree, but we say no.
No, there are
But
two things.
Okay.
Because the thing you
Isaac's
brought up
asking.
earlier.
Got it.
Yeah.
And we just want to have that really clear in here about the process
So-
while we're revising this
So when
anyway.
you say vote, this language says consideration.
It says under 4, it says, if the chair and vice chair disagree regarding placement of a requested item on the agenda, the item shall be brought to the select board for a vote as to placement on the agenda. And Oscar is just clarifying with you that would be, that vote would be at the next meeting. So it wouldn't be 2 months down the road.
Doesn't it say
It
next
says it'll
regularly?
be the
It
next
says that, though.
regularly scheduled meeting. Are you all enjoying this?
On 4A, Isaac?
Yeah, it's just not clear when that decision would be made, but sure.
Doesn't
Well, I
it say?
tell you what,
Thought that was a concern you were bringing up, Oscar, but if it's not a concern, if it's not
No,
a concern, we can move on.
I think I'm all right now
Okay.
after the discussion.
Great.
I'm sure John will run this by
Yep.
Bob, and if there's further clarifications to be made,
Beautiful.
they'll be made. All right, everybody content with moving along?
We have
Yes,
a
Seth.
comment from, I believe, Dick DeGray.
Dick DeGray, Mr. DeGray.
Next regularly scheduled select meeting.
A couple of things. I know you're back new at the job, Madam Chairwoman, but I did have my hand raised up when you were liquor commissioners. I did have a concern about the outside consumption permit that you just issued. So I guess I would ask you to pay closer attention. I won't ask you to reconsider so I could make my comment, but I thought that they were pretty substantive. Item 2 would be when the chair and vice chair have a disagreement. I don't think it's in the wording, but when it comes to a vote of the board, there is no discussion on the issue. It's just an up or down vote. And I believe that that's how it's always been done, although when I was looking through that, I did not see that.
Okay, great.
And then three would be just a little bit more clarity. As in your organizational meeting, in my, under public participation, I had asked a question and no one responded. And I thought that you might respond. And as I watched public participation here this evening, most comments were statements, but there was a question where I thought Mr. Potter might have answered the question about the charging stations in the transportation center. So if you could clarify that anybody talking in public participation, that you are just going to say, yes, thank you, and not respond to questions that you have. Would you really clarify that? Because public participation usually takes two people in some cases. And I'll wait for your response. Thank you.
Let's see. First of all, I can't see that far, so I'm relying on Seth to tell me if there's a call. The second question was
Public
about
participation response to questions.
And then the third is if there's a comment that requires staff research, I will not put anyone on the spot at that moment, but they can come back and respond personally to that person or at the next select board meeting. Okay. Moving right along.
And just to clarify, if someone has a question that can be answered in that moment, are you open to that being addressed?
John will perk right up and answer.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll.
And I'll try it anytime if you want me to, so,
Okay.
but I may not know the answer.
And, you know, it's my favorite phrase, which is the chair's discretion. Oh, and there's many lovely items in the procedures about public participation and decorum and rules for select board meetings. And if anyone would like to understand those rules that I will be enforcing, it's right here in the procedures. So, yes,
Yeah,
Amanda.
I'd like to talk a little bit more about the Zoom situation, because it is different, because thank you, Seth, for now running the Zoom. And in exchange with you, how could we be helpful in order to see the hands? Because I couldn't see the hands either.
Yeah, I did not see Dick's hand raised at that particular comment. I do think there may be a bit of delay because I realize now that I'm on the public Wi-Fi, so I think moving forward, switching to the private Wi-Fi might be the way to go. But I do apologize if there was a delay there.
Yeah, I mean, this is our first regular meeting, so we'll work out the kinks.
And I remember in past select board meetings, we could see the person's screen.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why that went away.
Okay.
So.
Okay, we'll
work
work
on it
out the
with
kinks,
BCTV.
but, so it wasn't purposely offensive, Dick, it was just an accident.
All right, let's discuss.
There is a hand now.
There is a
if
hand.
you'd like it.
Where can you see?
Like
Bob Ozer.
a little yellow second from the top. That one.
Hello, I don't know. See me or hear me or?
Hear you,
Only
please
hear you.
state your name.
Okay, so it's Robert Ozer, Brattleboro. And oh, now I get the message to start my video, so maybe you can see me. Yeah, just two brief comments. The second one, I don't want to belabor the issue, but I noticed that with respect to the Wi-Fi and how the Zoom is set up, and this may be a comment just for Seth, and you don't have to answer it now, but just an FYI, that I did get a comment that I saw in the chat. And I don't think we've ever used the chat before. And I also must confess that I actually direct messaged the answer in the chat. So I had a conversation on the chat unbeknownst to you. So you may want to check how that works out.
That's been
right.
that other
But-
select not you.
but it is actually working now. So you may want to check out why it's working.
Work it. Thank you.
Exactly, exactly.
Letting us know.
Yes. And then number two, I don't want to belabor, but the whole business about public participation, and if someone asks a question and if the answer is thank you very much, sometimes depending upon how that goes, that answer may not settle one's mind. It may actually stir up more issues. So, and it's a fine line because you can't respond substantively to the question. But, you know, maybe using the chargers in the transportation center as an example, that there may be a way that that individual could be told, this department is responsible for that, and please call them tomorrow morning, or something of that sort. Just so it doesn't sound like you're dismissive or unintentionally dismissive, I should say. And that's all. I didn't want to belabor that, but
Do you have any further comments, Bob?
no, that's
All right.
those two were the only ones.
Well, that's very helpful, and I'm sure that I'll think of better responses for people when they ask a question and identify a means to get a response to them.
I mean, I feel like we've always done a good job answering questions, so it just seems like the answering of questions has become an unnecessary question.
Okay.
As someone who's been on that side, I know the experience of when I didn't know that procedure coming into the meeting, because I didn't think to study the rules of procedure of the select board. When I was sitting on that side and I heard a response that was, thank you very much, and the town manager responded to my question that I thought was a really important thing, I was like, what, you're not taking this seriously? Why aren't you discussing this really important issue? So I can see how just giving a little context might be useful for folks who don't know about this rule.
Thank you. And I'll maybe remind you. But, you know, it's a difference between whether it's a warned item or an unwarned item. And we'll work that out. We're not taking questions on it anymore. That's enough. Let's move on to item C, which is the FY26 budget redevelopment. A very hot topic.
I'm just, point of procedure.
Yes.
I've never said that in 2 years. Did we need to?
I thought we decided that we were not going to vote on this tonight and that we were going to wait until Bob Fisher got back to us. Is everybody in agreement?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Apparently, I was the only one
There you
who
go.
fell asleep for a second. Sorry.
I'll bring you back a revised version for approval.
Great. Thank you, John.
Yep.
All right. Item C, FY26 budget redevelopment. Now, first of all, John will introduce this topic in a moment, and then we will decide upon a couple of things regarding schedule and so forth, and then we'll hear both select board comments and public comments. So let's start that off with John.
Okay, so everyone knows where we're at. We did not get approval of the last budget that got submitted at RTM. So now, if we want to have continuance of town government, we need to come up with another budget and take that to RTM to get approval, hopefully in time for the start of the new fiscal year, which is July 1st. If we can't do that, there are ways to handle it, but they just get more increasingly expensive for the town. So, and I'm happy to go to talk about what that might look like, but really the challenge before you is in a fairly tight time frame with very limited staff resources at the moment, putting together some different budget that you would bring back to RTM that we would post sometime between now and July 1st, hopefully. there are a bunch of questions that are in your backup materials, which I just tossed out there as a way to maybe frame like how you want to go about doing this daunting effort. And those are like, do you have a target date in mind for when you would like to do this special RTM? And on that, I would just advocate for as soon as possible would be great. But I know it's going to take some time to work through what you want to do in a revised budget. The second question is, do you want to start your reconsideration from the FY26 base budget? Do you want to start it from the previously approved select board budget, or do you have another approach that you want to use? Again, think about the time that we have. Third question was, this was discussed at RTM, so I thought it might be helpful if you had thoughts about, like, if that wasn't the right number that the last select board brought to the RTM, do you have a number in mind that we're trying to hit going into that process? The fourth question was, so now if we're talking about budget reduction, that's going to mean most likely, there are a number of items that the last select board did not select that the staff brought to the board for consideration, about $1 million worth. They were mainly things that were going to result in services that people did not want to see reduced. But if those are not the things that this board wants to consider, then are there other things? Are there other services that you had in mind that you want us to really examine and figure out, what the savings would be to kind of take that off of the plate of town government? Like, that's no longer the role of town government. So it'd be great to know and really focus our conversation if you have thoughts on what those services are that we would no longer do. And then also, are there some services that you don't want to examine or consider for reductions? That knowing that will also help focus the conversation in the limited time that we have to be as productive as possible in coming up with a new budget. Then the last things are, do you already know of additional information or analysis that you would like to see done in order to help you put together this budget? And finally, what process, have you thought through, like, what process you want to use to shape this new budget? Again, I thought it might be helpful to look at a calendar. So starting with the first question, if we know, like, when we want to be at an RTM, like rolling that back to when we would have to warn it, giving us the amount of time that we have to work on new numbers between now and when you would want to warn that RTM. So.
Okay, so let's start with the calendar, shall we?
Sure.
Yes, Amanda?
Sure. Well, it boils down, in my opinion, to 3 Saturdays. One would be the 18th of May, one the 31st of May, or June 8th. The one in between is the Memorial Day weekend, which I think is unfair to have an RTM on a Memorial Day weekend because people might want to travel.
Oh, so you're talking about when
the RTM.
And tell me those dates again. I agree with you, especially because it's going to be my husband's birthday.
So May 18th, May 31st, or June 8th. Because the other one, the middle one, the 24th, is the Memorial Day.
Well, I'm talking, the 31st is my husband's birthday. So. June, what did you say, June 8th?
Yep. But pipe in anyone else. Good.
John?
So we traditionally have done the annual RTM on a Saturday. There's nothing to say that this has to be done on a Saturday. That, again, would be a preference of the board. You could choose to do it, start early in an evening on a weekday if you wanted more flexibility on when the dates were, just something to think about. And you might want to hear from the public, too, about that. But.
And the warning is 30 to 40 days?
The warning must be done between 30 and 40 days ahead of the meeting.
Oh, I think I messed up those. It would be May, if it was Saturdays, it's May 17th
Yep.
or May 31st or June 7th. My error. I apologize.
June.
But again, they don't have to be on a Saturday.
Those are
Yeah.
some-
And
It would be
my-
nice to ask the public.
Yeah, and
Well,
my
hold
preference
on,
would
though,
be during the
because
week.
What we need to do is, first of all, I think May 18th is too soon.
Or 17th, okay.
Okay, so it would either be the 31st or the 7th, if we wanted it on a Saturday. How does anyone feel about that?
I'm not tied to a day of the week, but sometime in May would be my preference, because the further out we push it, the scarier the options get, the outcomes get.
Anyone else?
May sounds good.
Are we thinking like the last week in May?
Yes, although I have a problem with the 31st.
Well, again, doesn't have to be a Saturday.
Doesn't have to be a Saturday. So shall we say the last week in May?
That works for me.
Okay.
I think,
And that would mean we have, when would we notice if that were the
So-
last week of May?
Yes, so if you were to warn it for the last week in May, that would be doing it, the warning, like probably early the week of the 27th of April.
Okay. And so today is the 1st of April. So how many meetings do we think we need to have to discuss the items? And let's say, just throwing out a scenario of, unless you intend to discuss the Finance Committee report this evening, we should have a meeting. I'm suggesting where we have a meeting where we discuss the Finance Committee report and structural budget items, for example, the reserve fund and so forth, and one meeting. Does that sound like a good plan? And then we could have another meeting about the garbage and another meeting about the police, and then we'll have other town services, and then any savings and revenue suggestions. And of course, the savings and revenue suggestions can be placed sooner and throughout the discussion. I don't know what people think about that. I'm just spitballing, but it seems logical.
well, so to throw out one thing, depending on how we want to do it, we can warn the meeting before we're done, right? So that gives us, maybe that's best used as a buffer. So we warn the meeting the last week in April, no matter what, and if we need to button a few things up, we have a couple more meetings.
Yes, I think that's a very good
So,
suggestion.
as far as how we structure the meetings and how we handle different topics, I'm not sure yet. It's going to be tricky. I think one of the first things we need to do, and probably can't do fully tonight, even if we wanted to, is we just need to have like sort of a lively discussion of the five of us about what we think and what each of us is willing to consider and ideas that we have and stuff like that. I think we may not, so unless we feel as a board that, for example, the trash decision is going to change, we may not want a meeting specifically on that if we're just in finish a budget in 5 weeks mode.
Yes, but it was my sense that the public did not fully understand and appreciate, and I think that goes for the RTM Finance Committee itself, understand what went into that decision, and that we owe the public that discussion.
So one other sort of related idea I have for this, we're gonna have to do a lot of work as a group, and we can't do any of it off camera, right? It has to all happen at a meeting. And everybody has a lot to say on this, and will have a lot to say at every single meeting. I think it would be worth considering a separate small group of meetings that are designed just for public input, that are structured in a slightly different way. Very similar to what, I've lost all track of time, I think it was last night, the Charter Commission that Kate chaired at the library, which was very much designed around, okay, get up, talk, tell us what's on your mind. A lot of people in the audience here were there last night. We'll go as long as we have time for. People can speak twice or 3 times. And maybe, I guess I would be sort of asking that if we did that and provided a really good forum for people to make sure we heard their thoughts, could we spend our official select board meetings more in the weeds of the 5 of us, working on building this?
Well, we have an established meeting procedure. It's called Select Board Meeting. And that's what we're here for. We're here to essentially review the budget. And we will be discussing it, as will the public. And we'll hear their comments in real time on each subject. I think it's best to do it by subject so that we can corral people's comments. Obviously, we have a sense of what the most incendiary issues are, and we'll leave time for that. But what we're talking about really is having special meetings. Do we want to have a meeting every Tuesday in April? And then do we also want to have a meeting every Thursday in April? And that'll leave us 8 meetings, maybe 7, because today counts as 1, to discuss the budget in April, see if we can come up with a budget by the end of the month. But going outside this format, I think, is counterproductive because this is our format.
I think that's fair. I'm just gonna, I don't think we need to decide on it tonight, but I think it's an idea that could have some merit, so I'm just putting it out there and the board can think about it and we can.
I think at the end of the day, we want a budget that's going to pass representative town meeting, and I would imagine that everybody up here would share this desire. And there's some real benefits of doing it sooner than later. So I think we need to balance expediency and also what is the way that we're going to, what's going to be different about this time, that people are going to feel like, okay, the board really considered all of the feedback. They did the long-term financial planning, or maybe we can't do a 5-year plan in just a few weeks, especially given that we don't have a finance director and the assistant town manager just departed. But maybe there's an opportunity for us to do, a pro forma budget for next, look at a pro forma budget for FY27, that sort of thing. And look at that, like you said, that feedback from the finance committee. And maybe we don't have multiple these sorts of forums that you're talking about, but is there, once we get a little bit more information, once we have a sense of, okay, this is what we're looking at, do we want to have some evening forum, one-time thing that we could?
Right, but we have a room full of people here who know to come to the select board meeting to talk about the budget. So let's go with that.
I mean, I think what Oscar's saying, if I can clarify, if I'm reading the room correctly, so every time we have one of these meetings, it's that open forum, right? So if somebody wanted to get up right now and say something, chair recognizes it, they say it, they weigh in. So I think if we are, and we do have to move kind of quickly on this, right, so that we can keep.
Yes, and I'm just saying we discuss it by topic.
Right.
And not have a free-for-all.
Yeah, I know, I agree, kind of focusing it in on certain aspects of the budget. Trying to get a better understanding for why it didn't pass would be, a really good place to start.
And that's where I would say the finance committee and the structural budget items are a great place to start, because we'll hear those things that were discussed, and then we'll discuss, the key topics, which I think are garbage, police, and other.
Well, I don't want to,
Well,
go ahead.
I want to, Because I want to back Oscar on this. I think it would not be counterproductive to have a forum type of event kicking off this re-budget doing. I think it could be helpful to take notes and go from there. So a 2-hour forum, or hour-and-a-half forum, just to kind of create an open dialogue between the public and the board.
Well, we could have a special meeting. Can we have a meeting on Thursdays? Is that time enough?
Yeah, we can.
So we could have a meeting on Thursday. We'll call it a Select Board Budget Listening Session.
Awesome.
And y'all can come right back and tell us what you told us, and tell it again.
And tell your friends.
And
Yes, John.
Did you mean this Thursday, the 3rd?
I meant this Thursday, the 3rd.
Okay.
Is that acceptable?
So, yes, we can, if we warn it tomorrow, we could warn it in time.
I don't think this needs to happen in 2 days. I would be happy to. There's a charter
Oh, there's a
meeting on
charter meeting on Thursday. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is something that if we decide we want to do it, happens in the first 2 weeks. It's information that we listen to and we think about, but it's not, I don't think it has to be the first thing that happens.
Okay. So here's our meeting tonight
Mm-hmm.
on the 1st. We have another meeting on the 8th. That would be a special meeting because we don't usually have meetings every week. And that could be the listening session, and it's a Tuesday, and there's advance warning, so everybody should know the time and place. And then we'll have a meeting on the 15th, and probably on the 22nd, and probably on the 29th. So that's 4 meetings. Do you think we need more meetings on, let's say, the 10th, 17th, and 24th?
Feels like we
What do we
will,
think,
but
right? So why don't we put on the schedule the listening session on the 8th, and then have the 10th, the 15th, the 17th, the 22nd, the 24th, and the 29th on our schedule, and assign topics for discussion. And we can do that now, or we can wait until after the listening session. What would you prefer?
I move to wait after the listening session.
Okay.
To make this, just to have this meeting more expedient.
Okay. So if we can clear our schedules and let us know if those dates are acceptable, the 8th, the 10th, the 15th, the 17th, the 22nd, and the 24th, and the 29th.
Could you say those once more a little slower?
Of course.
Thanks.
The 8th, the 10th, which is a Thursday, the 15th, which is a Tuesday, the 17th, which is a Thursday, the 22nd, which is a Tuesday, and the 24th, which is a Thursday, culminating in Tuesday, the 29th.
And then
Which is-
after that listening session, will a topic be warned for the
Yes.
non-regular
Yes.
meetings? Okay.
Yes. So that means that we will have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 meetings, and if we count this, that's 8 meetings to come up with a budget. It's going to be very difficult for John, all right? And we have to understand that the materials that he'll be preparing for these topics will generally be information that was previously used to present the budget and the decisions that were made. So we'll be revisiting that information because that's what we have. But we also have, guidance, and we have the RTM Finance Committee report, which I'm assuming that, Oscar, you'll take the lead in presenting and leading that discussion?
very possibly.
All right. And then do we like the topics of, the RTM, finance, and the structural budget? Do we like that as a topic for one meeting?
So what I'd like to suggest is we have this meeting on the 8th where we're mostly public engagement. I think we could pre-warn the meeting on the 10th at the same time and have the topic be us discussing the results of that and just having a general budget discussion. I'm sure each of us has 5 very different paths of thought about how this is going to go. And then from there, I feel like I'll have a much clearer idea of what the last 5 meetings, what topics need to be. That's just me personally.
Myself as well, I want to base our agenda setting on the input that we get from the public.
Well, I think if the input that we get is similar to the input that we had this evening, then we can identify topics for discussion.
I'd also really like to have part of one of those meetings about revenue, to outline sources
Right.
of revenue, how to expand sources of revenue, and so not just budget cutting, but also revenue production.
And that's what I had on this last item, but we can move that
I'd
up.
love it to go earlier because we may
Right.
be able to find solutions to some of our issues if we
And-
can change some of our revenue streams.
And that could be in this overall RTM, finance, structural budget discussion.
Yeah.
You want to add that in
I
there?
like the structural. I like the input, then the structural, and then hitting the key points. I mean, that's my take.
All right.
To me, though, the RTM feedback, like what RTM said, like what we heard, and it was all over the place, but there were some themes of, like around the financial planning, and I think that there were a lot of concerns and questions about that process aspect. So I would suggest that, RTM feedback what we got from that be a meeting, the finance committee, that may take more than one meeting, is my guess, is the feedback from our RTM, what the finance committee had to say. There may be follow-up from there may be things that come out of that say, okay, we really need to see this, that we would see at the following meeting. So I just want to give us some time to really get into that aspect, as that was such a salient theme at Representative Town Meeting, and ultimately, RTM is the decision-making body that we want to prepare to get a budget that will pass.
Anyone else? I think also that I would agree with you, but we've also heard many comments at the RTM and this evening about the police.
Yes.
So we have to have a session about safety. And I believe we need to have a session about solid waste. And so, yes to the structural, the finance committee, yes to the budget items, yes to the savings and the revenue. And I think that they should be, all up front, maybe a meeting on the 10th? Or you want the 8th to be listening and the 10th to be talking?
It doesn't have to be the whole meeting, and I'm not saying it has to be the way I want. I would love it if one of the first agenda items is just the 5 of us, sharing our thoughts.
Yes,
And
you may wish that, but the public may wish to have their say as well.
Oh, sure.
And I think it would be very unusual for us to have a meeting of just us talking without the public.
And sorry, that's not what I mean. I just mean having one of our first topics with public participation at that meeting, like always, but having one of our first topics be, what do we all think about the budget? What is on our minds? How are we planning to tackle this?
Yeah.
And it doesn't have to be a whole meeting, but just something up front.
And you wouldn't discuss that in this meeting where we're discussing the finance committee findings and so forth?
I think it would fit well there.
All
I think
right.
it's a little different than just sort of
Okay.
reviewing those things, but yes.
So,
Can I just
Go right
weighing in
ahead.
on this? I mean, what I'm sort of hearing is that probably that first, the 8th, be that meeting where we sit and listen, right? And if we're getting feedback of people saying, I don't want this in the budget, And that seems to be the resounding thing. I think we set an agenda. If nobody has a problem with solid waste, then maybe we just don't have that conversation. Because the feeling in the room was, it's really not a problem. We want our garbage picked up. We want our compost picked up. We want our recycling picked up. This is not an issue. You know, if the resounding thing in the room is, you know, we want to restructure our police department, then we have that conversation. And then that's something that maybe we move up the priority list. We prioritize those things, and we do that as a board, but based off feedback. I mean, I know how I feel. You know, you know, but we have voices that didn't quite share my vision of what this should look like, and I'm open to listening. So maybe that first meeting that's the discussion that we have. People bring forward what they don't want and what they do want. And then based on that, we prioritize our meetings. But I think scattershotting this thing with a billion different topics in each meeting is just gonna drag this thing down and slow it down, and we need to move quickly.
Fine.
So, I mean, that's just, you know, just listening to the feedback in this room tonight, that's kind of where I would lean.
All right. So we have a general idea of the first two meetings. One is about the budget issues, and the other is kind of an internal discussion with public input. And this is after we have a
After the
listening
8th.
session.
Right? If we're gonna warn that, the 8th
Yeah.
being more of a
Yeah.
forum
Yeah.
than a meeting,
Right.
but a warned meeting so that we can discuss and maybe move on things.
All right,
Can I ask a technical question?
of course.
Is there any way that John doesn't have to be here for every meeting, or someone can sub for him, or something like that?
I would never have a meeting.
Oh, no way.
I don't not want to have John here, but I'm happy to suffer through.
Sort of feels that way, Oscar.
7, 8 meetings in April, but I don't want to condemn John to that if there's.
I'm
an
sure
option.
that he would relish the opportunity to be
Yes.
here with us.
Okay, well, never mind.
On that point, Oscar, really I think the biggest amount of work is going to be not in those meetings, but after them and before your next. And so I get what you're saying here, but I just want to, like, full disclosure, if we don't know the topics we're focusing on until the 10th, I'm not, like, I have to do work the week of the 14th on that, so you're not going to really see much in the way of numbers until the week of the 21st.
That's a good point.
So factor
Right.
that in to
So,
what you're thinking.
I'm hearing, and tell me if I'm wrong, that you don't think that the solid waste is much of an issue.
I think Pete was using that as an example, if we heard that.
See, solid waste is not an issue, it's off the table. We're all in agreement? Show of hands.
But certainly, we've heard tonight that the police budget is a huge.
Police budget, it sounds like solid waste is going to get a meeting.
I disagree, yes, solid waste needs a meeting.
Okay.
Okay, solid waste, police, other services. And then, you know, at the end, because we'll be discussing any savings and revenue, I think that needs to be revisited because that's the topic that needs John's work the most. Where can we find savings and and how we'll create this new budget?
How about this?
Yes.
How about we have the listening session on the 8th? The 10th is about revenue and savings, so and at the listening session on the 8th, we create a list of the different areas and departments where we need the numbers. So the first numbers meeting would be the 15th.
Sounds good.
I don't know, just a thought.
I'm not hating that idea.
And we could even front load and say, look, police and trash are going to be 2 topics. So at the very least, we could, I think we know we'll want to start preparing those a little. So that could be a topic for the 15th, no matter what happens on the 8th.
And could we double up 2 topics in the same meeting?
I think so.
Yeah?
Liz
No, I
doesn't
think the
so.
police is gonna need its own meeting, but,
Yeah. May depend on the topic, I guess.
Okay, so, listening. What's happening on the tape?
Revenue.
Revenue?
Revenue sources and potential sources. Some people have ideas.
Okay. And is, on that meeting on the 10th, are we also discussing the Finance Committee findings and?
I think that's a great idea, yeah,
Okay.
to combine those
And
two.
structural budget items, so that would be on the 10th.
And the
And-
results of the listening session.
That's the
And the
first.
results of the listening session.
But
You
by
good
the,
with that, John?
Oh, yeah.
but by the end of the 8th, we should try to have commit to John for
Yeah.
commit to John the findings that need to happen for the 15th.
So maybe there's a small agenda item at the end of the 8th where we talk about what we heard and come up with some categories.
Okay.
Is that?
Okay.
Okay.
And then, but we're all good for these meetings that I've outlined on the Tuesdays and the Thursdays, right?
I'll have to triple check, but I think so.
We'll
Yeah.
make them happen, yeah.
Okay, good. Is there anything else? Oh, John has asked us other questions, and let's try and answer them. I would assume that we would start from the previously approved select board budget without the human services funding being a part of it and having that added in at the end. Does everyone agree with that premise?
I mean,
Well, yeah, because right now it's just 2% of X. We don't know what the
Yeah.
X is.
So we'll prepare our budget, and then we will abide by RTM's decision and add 2% to it.
But it's not, it's the flat number that was approved, right? We're not going to it's the 2% of last year, so it's whatever.
461.
So it won't
461.
change based on
It's-
what we decide.
It's
Yes.
461.
Okay, good.
Yeah. All right.
So, yeah, I think either way, we will, the approved select board version is the base budget plus the list of cuts. I think whichever end we start with, we'll end up sort of considering the list of cuts in different ways. So I don't feel strongly if we start with the base budget and look at the cuts and see which ones we want to re-add, or if we look at the approved budget and say, oh, there are cuts in here that maybe I would advocate taking off the list.
Well, there's also the cuts that John suggested that were not acted on.
Right.
So I think if we work from the select board budget that was just voted down, we'd have the opportunity to revisit both sets of cuts. And that would go along with whatever savings and items that Amanda was suggesting, revenue and savings. Right, all of those things would coalesce onto the budget as we choose.
No opinion. I think either way, we'll sort of have the same conversation, so.
Yeah.
So one perspective is, so like all those reductions that the last select board made, they got incorporated into the base budget. Like that was a ton of work to get those in the right lines and make it all like line up and everything. So if if you generally want to do at least say more than half of those reductions, like it would be easier to start from the submitted budget. If you like.
The one we have right here.
Yeah, yeah.
This handy dandy notebook.
Yeah, and if like less than half of those reductions that the last select board did are of interest to you, then I would maybe go back to the base budget. It will be a lot more work then to reincorporate that in, but that would sort of, might be one way to look at it, so.
I'll have to think about that then, yeah.
Okay.
Let me think about that.
So for now, we have this, and we're gonna work from this, and if we wanna change our mind, I guess we're entitled. What else did you ask, John? Let's see. Do we want to identify now the specific services you want to consider for reduction?
Liz,
I don't think we're there yet.
I have a thought about the last item that I think it would actually be useful to be able to look to, because there's been this whole process. The three of us, we came to some of the meetings. Oscar was chairing the finance committee, but it would be helpful to, I think, look at that, but that budget that you submitted, was it in December, that based on a 22% increase in our taxes? Look at that, and then just looking at that, and then looking at what were the cuts that were, how you got to that 12% increase in taxes.
Well,
For us to be able to go through
yes.
that.
And there's a handy way of doing that, which is the finance report has that list of the cuts that were made.
Sure.
This is a list of the cuts that weren't made, which I would like to revisit. But that's the easiest, I think, unless you want to publish. I mean, you could certainly you must have that base budget, and you can send it to everyone.
Yep,
right?
we can certainly do that. It's going to be easiest to look at the two lists. They have the approximate total amounts that those reductions resulted in, rather than trying to line item it through, which would take you ages. But,
So we have this budget, we have the finance committee report, and we have, this is the list of the cuts that weren't made, and we have the list of the cuts that were made, and that list of cuts that were made is also at the end of the finance committee report. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Everybody happy with that? Yes,
One
Amanda?
comment. John, is it worth, do you think it would go over okay to ask departments to look into their budgets one more time to see if there's any cost savings in general?
I mean,
Or was it maxed out with changing the first base budget?
I mean, we ended up finding 3 million total there, which between those two lists, that's an awful lot that they came up with. Beyond that, we're getting deeply into staff layoffs and reductions in force, and I'd rather that come from you than from our department heads who have to work with people every day, and bringing up who of their team they would suggest not work here anymore. I'd much rather see that come from the leadership and the policy setting level. So,
And the issue that I have, and the thing that I really applauded Daniel for, was that we don't want to have, people on the auction block. And I would rather, the way that John has presented this information is service-based. So that if we have services that are not, in your mind, necessary, or if we can identify ones that are not integral to the functioning of the town, like critical, then we should be discussing that before we go to be discussing individual people. And so that way it's more polite to discuss the service rather than the person performing it. And that's my request of us, that we not get into that sort of nitty-gritty, which ultimately is John's purview as town manager. We have the policy role, and he as town manager has the authority over the personnel. So let's keep that in mind as we go along. And I will also add that John has identified the services in each department, and I think that's an excellent place for us to start that discussion as we go along of, do we really need, daisies on people's birthday, or whatever that may be. That's just an example.
Yeah, and some things aren't, we want them, but we just can't afford them at the moment.
Exactly.
It's all
So-
stuff we want, it's just, you gotta
Yeah.
tighten up.
And so that's where we are. We are looking at a very lean budget of services that we all like to have in our town and make our town hum. And I think we need to come to terms with all the various things that RTM said and translate that into what services are integral to the workings of the town, what services would be nice to have if we could afford it. And really, that's where we are. And I don't think it's not necessarily going to be the most pleasant exercise, but it's one that we're charged with, so we have to really dig deep.
I'm gonna hold most of my thoughts on this, I think, for the meeting after the listening session. I think this is one of the first big things we're going to have to talk about as a board. And I agree with a lot of what you said. Certainly, I think it's the idea of people seeing their specific job discussed on TV in a public forum, I will make every effort to avoid that. I do think the big elephant in the room is that nobody at town meeting voted down the budget because they thought there may be a few exceptions, but because they thought, oh, do you know this service we provide too much of that. It was much more a general sense from the people who wanted the budget to be lower of the number is too high. And what I am struggling with, and I know we have a compressed timeline and we're not gonna be able to develop all the information I want, but I would much rather ask a department head how, if you had to, what would be how would you make some cuts to your department that in your expert opinion would be least damaging to your mission and your services, rather than as a select board trying to say, oh, well, the service of interlibrary loans, we don't want that anymore. I think, I don't even know which side you're on that. So,
Well, let's hear it for interlibrary loans. But,
agreed.
my point really is that I don't think we have the time. I mean, that action of department heads has already been accomplished. And we have the results of that, and John has that. And that, excuse me, and that should come from John, because John's in charge of the staff. And so if we want to make suggestions and he wants to speak for the town staff, that's his role. And he should be identifying it based on our policy decision of what the town can afford.
I agree, and the only thing I'm going to say on that is that I think John actually did an excellent job with what he was tasked with, which was find me all the reductions you can as long as they don't touch staffing. And I would love to have the results of that exercise with that restriction removed, but.
And I think you can get that, but I don't think it's going to come from department heads, because we don't have the time. We reviewed department head budgets all fall, and now we have a month. So those decisions are going to be policy decisions that we make and specifics that John will suggest. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and I mean, I think what you're asking for, Oscar, we could, well, except depending on how long this all takes, we could work that into an FY '27 budget development process with doing it like thoughtfully rather than sort of just cut and damn the consequences, you know, and that kind of, so really thinking it through and like, seriously, there are some services on that list that if you don't want to do them anymore, we can figure out how not to do them. I want you to really be clear that there will be consequences to that, and everything that we do is because someone at some select board in the past wanted the town staff to do that and asked us to do that. So when we start peeling those back, it's going to have repercussions to somebody in the community. And I get your point. Like, if we can't afford it, we can't afford it. But like, let's be honest about looking at what that's going to mean, and let's do that in a thoughtful way that's going to take a little more time than like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So that would be my advice to you.
You know, it's interesting because I was reading the RTM Finance Committee report today, and there were recommendations for adding to the budget. And so we need to reconcile ourselves to that. And if, you know, if there's a group of people, RTM voters, who say, I voted down the budget because you didn't have enough money for paving, or I voted down the budget because you didn't have enough money in, you know, reserve fund, then what do we do with that? That's something that we'll be wrestling with as well. We might come back with a budget that's higher.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess.
I'm not having that conversation.
Yeah, I know, right? So if memory serves, the original task that Daniel tasked John with was to do a 10% from each department. Ask your department heads to cut 10%.
It was a 10% overall.
Yeah, overall.
It wasn't a 10% of each department.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, so the 10% overall. So it was a specific amount. So if there was.
And we got from 22 to 12.
Right, right. So.
And, you know, there's another page, I have it right here, of additional cuts. And I think that we can, right now, ask John to see if there are additional cuts which may or may not include staff. But he would like to know, from a policy perspective, of the things that he's outlined in his memo. And so we might not want to go into that tonight, but I will ask that the next time we meet, well, next time we're listening, but the time after that, on April 10th, we should have identifying service areas in town government that may or may not be essential. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's identified them here.
Yep. I think I think often when we talk about this, we talk about what services would you like to get rid of, or can you go without? The thing that's difficult for us, I think, as non-experts in these departments, is opportunities for reductions or opportunities for, yeah, this wouldn't be ideal. It would save us $150,000 a year, and we'd only be able to, you know, whatever, we would do it less frequently, or we would be through that area less often, or we wouldn't, our sidewalk plows wouldn't get as far.
Well,
So those
are
things too.
suggestions that we can make to our town manager, and he will come back with answers.
Well, John and I had the first of several, and I'm sure will be several long, exciting conversations about that this morning, which I think productive too. And
But we're also doing it as a public body.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else anyone would like to bring up at this time?
On that particular question?
Let's see. Or if you want to go to the next.
I'm looking at number 6 and 7 as seems like pretty big questions, which is what additional information and analysis will you need to develop a revised proposal? And the final one is what process do you want to use to shape and adopt the new budget, which are big picture. I'm really, really interested to hear what folks at this table have to say and folks and the members of the public as well.
Well, John, do you want to set that up for us?
Sure. I would just say, Isaac, that I feel like a lot of your previous conversations tonight was really to process, like how are we going to do these meetings? We're going to do a listening session. That was kind of what I was trying to get at. So thank you for that conversation. I really have started to shape like what that process might look like for you all, and can bring that back in some form for you to perfect at your next meeting or something like that.
Hold on, Seth has a question.
Oh, so sorry. Our interpreter has to unmute.
What's the matter?
The interpreter had asked to unmute.
Thank you. This is the interpreter. I just wanted to ask the board, because you all are new, it's really hard on Zoom to understand who is talking. We can't see your mouths.
Oh.
Can you please say your name before your comment? Maybe just for the next few meetings, so we can all get used to your speaking voice and we can provide access for the deaf participants and let them know who's talking.
Oh, of course. I'm so glad you spoke up. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Isaac? Wait, John, you were in the middle of answering.
Oh, yes, just that I felt like you did start to rough out a process. I feel like we could perfect at your next meeting, perhaps. Or
Okay.
I was curious to see if there were.
With that?
I was just curious to see if there were other big picture process. Oh, this is Isaac, by the way, and if there were perspectives on how.
Oh, you just muted the room now, so we can't hear you.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
Are we unmuted?
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. I'm Isaac, and I would like to hear if other board members have thoughts about process.
I said all I could possibly say about process in one time. But let's hear from the board, and then people in the room have comments. So.
And also what additional information or analysis you'll need to develop a revised proposal. So if we could front load those big picture requests so that the town manager has time to develop that.
And I think we've been given some documentation about the structure of the budget, that structural question. And then I would like to see information like from VLCT about what they say about the budget. And if there's other things, bring that up. But I think John can maybe get them to us for the next meeting or two.
Yeah, if I know what you're looking for, I can try. Yep.
Great. Anyone else have comments based on Isaac's statements?
Well, I have this handy dandy Amanda with the mask. 10 steps to achieve a structurally balanced budget. You ever see this?
That's from Peter.
I don't know. Somebody
Peter
gave
sent
it to
that.
me.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, it's pretty cool, actually.
That's great.
And it does create structure.
And we'll put that in the packet, and we'll look at it
In
on
the
our next
packet. I think that's great. Or even to the public.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Yeah. All right. The man behind Fritz with the green shirt.
Thank you. Take a second. I've been sitting too long.
Of course.
My name's Neil Manders. I'm from District 7. I'm on the RTM. One thing I would ask that you do is that I noticed this was my first year at the RTM town meeting, and I noticed many people came in with limited knowledge of what was going on. They usually came in with a particular item in mind that they either approved or disapproved of, but they didn't have a general idea of the whole working of the thing. We had a couple of RTM meetings in District 7 prior to town meeting day, which were incredibly helpful because we had a number of people who were there who were basically discussing what was being brought up to the town meeting day. So I would encourage you very much to include the RTM so that you have 150 people show up instead of 120, and so that you end up having intelligent people who have at least read what the issues are and are able to make an intelligent vote for their constituents. Thank you.
Marta?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a suggestion on process. Oh, Marta Gossage. And I just want to, because it feels very, very much like this is just setting us up to relitigate the same arguments that people have been having over and over again for a year or two. It's really difficult when that's about the police, a service we need, and crime and homelessness. It feels like these just keep getting, people keep talking past each other. The same people get up and say the same things. And people misunderstand what somebody else says. So maybe instead of starting with, let's just have this talk about the police, like before that, we can talk about values. Before the whole thing, like, I mean, I thought Sonia Silbert said a great thing at RTM about like, this isn't why I moved here. I didn't move here. You know, to pay for you to please. I moved here for the arts, for the schools, for the everything else. So talking about values might be helpful. And I thought maybe to save some time with the back kind of just the loudest voices in the room, you could make a SurveyMonkey survey, and everybody who's a voter in Brattleboro could get a chance to answer in about 400 or 500 characters, a positive statement of what their values are, what they want Brattleboro to look like, what they want in their town. You know, for instance, you know, Brattleboro is known as the artsy town. We get a lot of business, we get a lot of people visiting for our arts, but cutting $10,000, that's the entire town arts fund, and, you know, like might be something where someone could say, well, I moved to Brattleboro because of this value, and that value isn't present for me. So just anything you can do to make sure that we're just not having the same voices, talking over each other and saying the same things, but try to change the conversation in some way. Because I know that this has divided us as neighbors, and the more that, you know, we get onto those divisive topics and we get stuck there, the more we don't like our neighbors on the other side of this issue, when really there's no side. We all want to be safe, and we all want to live in a great place. So I just want to challenge you to kind of restructure maybe how we talk about it, even in the public comments, and maybe ask public comments on a specific issue, like, you know, if we didn't have this crime problem, what would be your next, you know, big priority, or something like that, so that we're not, like I said, just the same people aren't getting entrenched, forming sides between us and our town, but instead we can express something positive. And I think Peter said it at RTM. You know, where are your values? I'm not sure I understand them. And I think maybe starting with something, again, that doesn't involve just whoever will get up to the mic, and something that involves a positive statement of what they want, not what they don't want. Just I don't know how to do that, but I just wanted to bring that forward, the way it sounds like you're structuring this. We're just going to have the same conversations over and over and over again, and that just doesn't get us anywhere.
I really like having this same conversation over and over again. Ken?
Ken Fay, District 8.
Oh, yeah.
I'm curious as to the hires, the finance director. Is that down the, you know, is that near? That's one thing. And the other thing is the assistant town manager hasn't been, what is it called, posted. Is that planned on not being filled, or just curious?
To be determined. Listen, let's have a break, because I got carried away and we should have had a break a long time ago. So let's meet back at 9 o'clock.
How are you?
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Just
yeah.
need a louder voice.
I got a gavel and a smile.
Oh, God.
All right.
This is what made me skip out of here.
Is that Heidi? Settle down, please. I'll have to use the gavel.
Heidi Fisher, RTM member from District 7. I want to thank you all because it's so obvious that this is such an enormous job we're asking you to do and taking a lot of your time and a lot of your energy, and we really appreciate that. That's what we asked you to do, and we appreciate you taking that on. But I want to say that I don't want to think of it as a discussion, a rediscussion of all the same things all over again. We asked, the RTM voted the budget down largely to ask for new eyes and new ideas and new thinking about it. And I feel like that's happening from some folks at the table, and other people are being very resistant to that. So I really encourage people, that's what we asked you to do as RTM members, to have new eyes and new thoughts and new questions and new ways to look at the budget, and not to just rehash everything all over again. Well, we understand some of that, you may have to look at the list of things that were cut or not cut, whatever. Obviously, that's logical. But please, be open to this process. I feel like there's a lot of resistance coming from the center of the table, I'll be very honest, and say that I think you're not listening to the new board members at the table who are coming with new ideas and new ways of thinking about doing things or approaching things, and that's not being heard, and that's why they were voted to the select board. Thank you.
Okay, so we're having a listening session, and then we're having a discussion of ideas among the other select board members, and then we're having a variety of other discussions on topics. So I don't see where I'm prohibiting new ideas, but maybe Christina would like to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Christina Shayanya, District 8, and yeah, I actually was with you, Liz, on not having a listening session and doing this process in a select board meeting because the feedback about the budget in terms of process, which is, listening session versus select board meeting. So the feedback about process, especially from the finance committee, is that we want to see that deliberation. We want it to be collaborative. We want to see and hear you guys go through these things and talk about why, and then have room, like you mentioned, like in real time, have space to hear from the public as you're making those decisions. But the biggest reason I don't want you guys to start with a listening session is that we want to hear from you guys now. There's a majority of new select board. We haven't heard from you guys. So if you want feedback from us, or you've been hearing how we feel about the budget since budget season started last fall. I don't think that we have a whole lot of new things to say about the budget. We have 3 new select board members who have some new things to say about the budget. I would like to hear from you guys which directions you're going, and then feedback can come from the new directions. And side note, I'd like to separate the idea that public safety and police are synonymous, and I think we absolutely need a whole evening to talk about public safety. That does not mean a whole evening to talk about police. As we have heard tonight, when you have nothing left to lose, you don't care if you're going to get arrested. So we can't totally police our way out of public safety. We actually need people to have things to lose for them to not want to commit crimes and not want to be arrested and then released later. So public safety includes a lot more things than our police department. Thanks.
First, I'd like to ask Oscar if he has an opinion, or all of us, do we have an opinion about listening section early, listening section late?
I feel like it's been asked and answered. I mean, I understand what was just said. I don't not see the merit in it, to the point where we have 3 new people who have been elected onto a board. I would assume that those people, if you voted for them, they share your values. And I think there is a bunch of merit from having a listening session and hearing what people have to say. We have a lot of work to redo, and I know we're not going to pull out some magical second batch of numbers that is going to reform this brand-new budget. So we have to take a look at what the budget was built on, how the town is run, the services that are provided. And if there is something that the people listening don't want, then I want to hear that first before I hear it from these people. Because maybe Isaac feels one way and Oscar feels another way, but 28 people stand up and say something completely different, then that might reframe the way we approach this thing. Because the idea is to get to another RTM on this and have a budget passed. We have a town to run. And while we are doing all this work, we still have a town to run, right? This work that we do now for this budget doesn't forego any other thing that pops up. We have to address that stuff too in real time. So in the next month or 2 months, while we are addressing budget issues, we will also be addressing town issues. I would certainly hope that this body, as it sits now, is capable of handling more than one thing. And we will have to, because those things will come up. So, all respect and understanding what you said, I don't disagree, I don't necessarily agree. RTM turned down this budget. RTM, are you? So you need to come to us and tell us, why did you turn down this budget? What are your suggestions? And I think we frame that into our discussions moving forward. Again, open meetings, you're all allowed to weigh in at any point in time. That's just my feeling on that.
All right, we have a couple of comments on Zoom.
All right, we'll go to Dick DeGray first. Dick, if you could just unmute. Oh. I think we got you, Dick.
Here we go. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. A couple of things. So I think you're really rolling the dice, only trying to have one RTM meeting between now and the 30th of June. I would think you would try to schedule the RTM meeting where you would have enough of a window if the budget gets voted down, that you could have another RTM meeting before the 30th of June. That's my first thought. Might take a little bit of work to do. I certainly don't think, I watched that whole meeting, I watched the discussion. I don't believe, if RTM was hell-bent on truly reducing the budget, then they would have voted the budget at one of the 4%, 3%, or 2%, or even voted to level fund the budget, and that never came up, as Oscar talked about. So I don't think RTM is looking for you to drastically reduce the budget. They want you to take a different look at it with new eyes with 3 new board members. I think that Amanda is right because the budget got sent back, I think Amanda is right to ask department heads to relook at their budget and to offer any suggestions that they might believe that they could give up that doesn't impact the service that they provide to the community. Because I think it's unfair to the police department, the fire department, and public works to bear the brunt of all the total reductions that might come from whatever number you end up at. And I'm going to throw out a number that I believe you're going to end up at, which is around 10%. The last thing I want to mention is what was in your packet that was in their worst-case scenarios. I didn't hear anybody talk about it. And as I was reading them, I was embarrassed that I don't know who wrote them, and I'm going to ask to have these questions answered. Did the department heads write these for each of their department? If not, who wrote them? Was AI involved in writing some of these? Because I made a statement in January about being somewhat facetious about the sky is falling. And when I read these, that's the first thing that popped into my head. And the second thing was, this has got to be an April Fool's joke. And so the reality is, worst impact is you got a couple that's a married couple. They're 83 years old. They're living in their home. They don't want to go anywhere else. This is where they want to spend their last days together. They're struggling to pay their taxes. They got a 2.5% increase in Social Security. This budget's up 12%. They have health issues, and so they're struggling to get by. They're old school, so they pay their bills. And so you want a real life issue? Those are real life issues that people are struggling in the community to pay the taxes on the places that they live because there's other issues going on. So you can't sit there and tell me that, oh no, we can't do this, we can't do that. You're not going to know for a year if you cut a service what impact the town is going to, what impact it's going to have on the people. And then they're going to come back and say, listen, you cut that service, we want it back in the budget. But you can't sit there meeting after meeting after meeting and say, no, we can't keep providing these services. We're going to got to provide these services. I think it's wrong to have that attitude. The board, the previous board certainly didn't want to cut staff. Certainly being a former board member, I do know that discretionary spending is not going to get you all the way down to where you want to go. And so it may come to staff. And I'm not advocating that at this point, but you can't go, we have sacred lambs here. Everything has to be on the table. And I appreciate the new board members, and I appreciate Liz and Fish. You've gone through this process, but RTM sent this back to you, and they want a new look at it. And the suggestions that you're getting from the new board members are almost being rebuffed. They should not be rebuffed. If I'm a department head, I'm going to go, I would expect that might be asked of me. So I would hope that can you tell me what the date that you did schedule the RTM meeting at? Was it May what? Do you have that right off the top of your head?
Final week in
It was
May.
the final week of May.
Yeah, I would ask you to reconsider that because, let's look at it if the budget fails. You're going into the new year, you're going to have to borrow money or spend money from the funds that we have if the budget fails until you get a new budget passed. So I would opt to try to get possibly 2 meetings in, RTM meetings, and say, you know what? And then tell RTM members, we're going to start our process of looking at this budget for the next 6 months until we get to budget season, or 7 months, whatever the timeline is. And this is where we're at. I think that's a safe place to go. And I think you should consider that rather than roll the dice with one meeting and the possibility of it getting rejected, because there is a possibility of that happening. Thank you. And I'll listen to your comments.
Thank you. That's a very good suggestion. And while we're scheduling, we should keep that in mind.
Can I make a quick comment?
Yeah.
Could we simply schedule a second RTM proactively 2 weeks out and then cancel it if the budget passes the first time?
That's a good idea.
Okay.
And I also, it's like Amanda's suggestion about the department heads. All I'm saying is John should do that for them. He's had those conversations with them. And I'd rather have it come from him than trot, we don't have the time to trot every department head over to that table over there to have this discussion. I'd rather have it come from John.
Yeah, that's clear. However it comes is fine.
Yeah, I have no problem with that either.
Yeah, I mean, we've already given him the direction that we want cuts, and they can include staff. Yes. The man in the back with the dog.
Okay, is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Were you gonna answer his question, though? Who wrote that?
Oh, that was the nightmare scenario from John Putt? Yes.
Thank you. I'm not sure. Hope that can be heard. This is Eric Karen from District 7. I tried to be remembered for being cogent and succinct, so let's give it a shot. 2 requests. One is take you back to the start of this meeting where we looked at the amazing work of our town and their employees. And I've heard many a story like that, and I know they're true. We have amazing town employees. I've worked with them on different things, and thank you. However, when faced with the challenge we have now, those same employees have the skills to give us the new information this select board now needs. And I don't think we should say on one hand, look at them in an emergency, but they don't have the skills to look at staffing. We shouldn't put them in that position. As a past educator, we often had to look at budget cuts. We often had to cut staff. It was painful, but as professionals, you do it. And I think our staff in this town are professionals and can do it. The next thing I want to say is that, do you expect to see a dead person in the library with your 2-year-old child by your side? Do you expect that when you call for emergency help, that there will be no fire, there will be no EMS that will come? Do you expect that when your water issues have problems, you will be ignored at the town? Do you expect when you go to the library with a question about medical issues that you'll have to wait days? Honestly, you shouldn't go to the library. That should be your doctor. But my point is that these are the doomsday things that were put in that memo that was talked about, and that is not professional. Those are threats. I have seen us now been shamed into looking at this budget and now threatened by what will happen if we change this budget. And I want professionalism from our town manager. Thank you.
Sue?
So this is Susan Balville from Brattleboro. So I read those scenarios that John put out as part of the budget discussion process. I can tell you that those have happened in this town. I can tell you that that very scenario happens in the library because my daughter-in-law works in the library. I know it happens, she's told me. I know that that has happened with calls to the police department because it's happened to me. They haven't been able to respond when I've needed their services because they were on a more critical call. They had to put me off because mine wasn't as dire as somebody holding a family as hostage in a domestic assault situation. I've also had to have them leave me when I'm in the middle of having them answer a call to go deal with somebody in a bigger crisis than I was in at the moment. So those are real. They're not made up. They have happened in this town.
Christina, did you have a comment?
Christina Shayanya, District 8. I did want to say that on the one hand, one reason that RTM voted down the budget to keep in mind is that when I just voting to represent our community, when I went to go pay my property taxes last August with the first bill of last year's taxes, I went down with this horrified look on my face with my tax bill, and I got in line behind a bunch of other residents with that same fear in their eye, holding their tax bill, and that is a real fear. That's a real fear that, like, I am not going to be able to pay this and pay all of my basic needs, and that that fear is real, and the fear of things that threaten your physical safety are also real. But I just want to get up here and remind you that fear of a 12% increase, that's on top of what we had to pay last year, that made people have this fear in their eye that they weren't going to be able to live here anymore. And yeah, it is, some of that stuff was apocalyptic that our town manager wrote, and some of it is like, we already live in that apocalypse. Those things already happen. So how is that even a threat, where it's like we get to live in that town and we can't even afford to live in a town where people are driving down the middle of the road, and you're wondering, why is everyone driving down the middle of the road? And it's because they're dodging a bunch of potholes. Like, we already live in that town, and we'd like to be able to not also have the fear that we can't even afford this fallen sky town as it is. And thank you for letting me comment again. I also just wanted to say that if we have a actual meeting instead of just a listening session, I was there last night at the listening session, and it's like talking to a wall. And it is, again, the same thing, that it's like there's no engagement. There's a board sitting there and you're listening, but we want to hear, especially if it's new eyes and new ears, taking a fresh look at the budget, we would like to give feedback. I just don't want you to take away any public comment or engagement over the budget process because you had this listening session. So as long as we still get to do this as just as much.
Tim, did you have a question, a comment?
I would like to speak, yes.
Yeah.
Tim Cuthbertson, resident of Brattleboro. Thank you, Dick DeGray, by the way, for your recent comments. I just wanted to give a little bit of historical perspective to the reserve fund. So, some 20 years ago, we didn't have a reserve fund in the town. We had a general fund. And the general fund, when it came to budget time, was basically a free-for-all. You know, the select board and those people that were budgeting and planning could take whatever money they needed out of the general fund and apply it. And the finance committee, of which I was a member at the time, probably around 2007-8, was looking at the overall structure of the way that the fiscal matters were managed in this town. And we came up with the proposal to create a reserve fund that removed funds from the general fund and separated them into what's been affectionately called the rainy day fund. This was done consultation with the board. It was done with consultation with the town manager, consultation with the finance director, and also consultation with the Vermont Bond Fund managers. And a decision by the finance committee at the time was made to draft an ordinance, which I actually did the first draft of. We ran it around the finance committee for the best part of half a dozen months, presented it to the select board, and the select board, I think on the second hearing, adopted it. And it might have been Dick DeGray that was the chair of the select board when that happened. The intent was to provide a buffer or a cache of funds that could be used in an emergency. And when I say an emergency, I mean a dire emergency, not an operational fund that you could pick out of when you need it. It was referred to, I wasn't there, but at town meeting by Spoon, I think, when he called it a slush fund. You're treating it like a slush fund. This fund is not there to spend. There's no intent to spend it. It's there as a buffer. It's there for that emergency that you and I, we don't know what it's going to be, but there's going to be a time when we're going to need to pull money out of it, waiting for government, federal grants, if we're going to get them, to provide some kind of disaster relief to something that happens. So when the population and when the town doesn't understand that it's a fund that is put there for a very specific reason, it's put there to increase our credit with the Vermont Bond Fund, which reduces the interest on bonds when we get them. It's put there to protect the population in that under those dire circumstances. It seemed to me, and which is why I flag it, that the original purpose of the fund has possibly been forgotten in some way. I haven't looked at the last, I confess, not having looked at the last budget line item details. I mean, I know that it was proposed to 22%, it's been cut to 12. I read the town RTM notes, so I've got an idea of what people were talking about. Not precisely, but what they were talking about. I haven't read the Finance Committee's current recommendation. So maybe there was topics there where they addressed this type of thing. I haven't also, to be truthful, looked at the town ordinance, which we wrote originally, which was adopted, I'm guessing, 15 years ago, that put those funds in place and put the mechanism in place and the level of that funding. The level of the funding is not fixed, but there were recommendations that were fairly strong as to where that fund should sit as a percentage of the overall budget. So when you come to look at the next budget, which you're about to go through the review process again, I would ask that you bear in mind that the reserve fund was put there for a very, very specific reason, and it's not a slush fund, as Spoon called it, which I love a bit, where you can just kind of pull out for operational expenditure. It really is there to protect the ongoing financial, fiscal situation for the town of Brattleboro. At the time when we did it, it was partly also to control the budget. And in doing that protection, it wasn't necessarily to control the budget in terms of, or we wanted to reduce the budget. It was a question of the budget needs to be cut to match those funds, or structured to match those funds that the town could reasonably raise in taxes. And that still applies, obviously, now. So I can't be here on the 8th or any of the meeting dates that you mentioned. Otherwise, I would turn up and put my 10 cents in. But go back and remember why we originally created that reserve. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim, could we just get your spelling of your last name for the notes?
Cuthbertson, Cuthbertson.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I give a 2-second response?
Of course.
Just as one former finance committee member to another, in our report this year, we did talk about the spending from the fund, and we quoted the guideline that you wrote and that was passed 13 years ago, I think. So, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go to Zoom.
We have a Trish Twinning. Trish, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Okay. Hello. Trish Twining, District 8. I just want to raise a comment that has been pointed out by the Finance Committee over the last couple of years. We're in a very tight and difficult situation right now within the town, let alone with the larger national, scenario. And one thing that we really, really need to be able to be observant about how we're going to manage the budget now is the ability to look both backwards and forwards in what our needs are over the next, short term and long term. And I note that the Finance Committee has said that, the open.gov doesn't have the historical figures in it so that you can access them easily on a similar, not a 1-year scenario. And similarly, that we don't have a 25-year forward or a 20-year forward look at our capital needs. And that really means that we cannot forecast forward about what our needs are to be able to manage today for tomorrow. And I just hope, I expect that this year it will be very difficult to get any of that done, but that it is made a priority of the board going forward so that we can manage our finances better in the future. Thank you.
Kate.
Hi, Kate O'Connor, Brattleboro. I just want to mention one thing about the listening session. I think it needs to be very clear from you folks on the board that the purpose of the listening session, your ultimate goal is we have to reduce the budget. You know what I mean? And I think people have to know that they're coming to a listening session that involves making changes to the budget. And I just sort of worry about we're going to get into these conversations that, Pete, you were saying, well, if 25 people come in and say this thing, then we can't do it. you folks have to listen with the understanding what RTM's mission was, and also understanding in your head the long-term implications of what this budget means, not just in FY26, but what it means for FY27 and beyond. So I think I'm sort of looking for you folks to like set the stage that this is a really serious listening session, and that your goal is to figure out what the best way to proceed with FY26 is in the bigger context of FY27 and the bigger context of the, which I am saying is the financial crisis that we're in. And that's just my hope, that you can set the stage at this thing, that it's just not a free-for-all. And there's a reason we're doing it, and it's really important, is I guess my message.
Thank you. Fred? And then Gemma?
Rick Sprite, District 9 Rep. First of all, I want to say I don't envy any of you. I would like to agree with Christina on her earlier comment about public safety not being equal to police. I think we need to find creative ways to address the problems we're facing both near and long term, and that's going to involve both police, courts, diversionary boards, and any other resources we can bring to bear on problems that are very genuine, obviously, based on comments that we've heard and what all of us have seen, for the sake of those who are struggling, along with those who want to live in peace in the town. They all have to count. So we need to get creative, and we need to take this seriously, and we need to get real results sooner than later. As far as the budget goes, again, I believe we need to get creative and get real results. I don't think we can predict every detail of the future, but we can definitely plan for what we know and what we can guess. And that doesn't mean we have to have every detail of a budget for the next 5 years, but I think we should be looking 5 years ahead. I think we need to look at how we deal with the capital expenditures and how we might be able to resource use the people who we have on staff to do projects that we don't have to contract out at, top dollar. And I think that if you guys can come up with some reasonable long-term budget plans and trajectories, that you might have a much easier time selling a higher budget for the short term if you have the 5-year plan in mind. Thank you.
Just a few things. The list of the copies of the list of the budget cuts. Oh, I'm sorry. Gemma Seymour, District 8. The list of the cuts that were not made. Do we have access to that?
They were in a packet in December, but they'll be republished when we have another meeting.
Great, thank you. I just want to say that budget changes should definitely be informed by the expertise of town staff, but the impetus to any changes from the budget absolutely has to come from the political leadership. This is a political issue primarily. Not everyone in this town, despite what you might have heard from a lot of people, is necessarily looking for a smaller overall budget, as opposed to simply there being changes in the budget priorities in the budget that was presented. I very much agree that there needs to be at least one listening session, and there should probably be a plan for at least 2 RTM special meetings. But given the likely tenor of these meetings, I think we need a cautionary restatement of civil procedures for public meetings, and the choice of venue may need to be a larger place. I was very, very dismayed to hear implicit threats of violence, even couched in the language of self-defense, and I think those need to be shut down immediately. They have no place in civil procedure. Finally, RTM members, I think as the ones who are actually going to vote on this budget again and possibly again, need to be explicitly informed and kept in the loop by the proceedings to finalize this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue?
Susan Belleville, Brattleboro. I'm not quite so animated this time, but I am going to express some real frustration. When we got our tax bills last year, we noted a significant increase from the state of Vermont on the education tax. Where was the outrage then and now? Instead, we're focusing our outrage on what we need for essential services in this town versus going to the state and saying, what were you thinking to impose this kind of a tax on us? The school education tax is the highest portion of our tax bill. The town portion is much smaller than that education tax. I am really frustrated that the state got away with adding tons of programs to the education budget that we all are paying for now. But we cannot afford to keep essential services within our town. The state has done this to us repeatedly, specifically not funding or providing any resources for people who are in the motel program. They've not done anything for us except tell us how we can spend our money, and that is frustrating.
Well, Sue, I share your frustration, and I hope that in our budget discussions, we will outline the proportionate share from school municipal tax, and certainly the concern that I have and that we all have been discussing with our legislators, the need for revenue sharing. We needed revenue sharing before the motel program. Dick DeGray talked about revenue sharing 15 years ago. And, you know, because we were a hub town, and now we're a host town to almost 300 people who need care. They need, and they're getting social services, but there's absolutely no discussion of revenue sharing for the costs that we bear for the motel program. Kate?
Hi, Kate O'Connor. This is just a point of information. Actually, the school budget went down this year, and Brattleboro's taxes on the school side are going down because of the Wyndham Southeast School District lowering their budget. Just
Yeah, but the taxes are still higher because of the state assessment.
And so that we should take advantage of understanding that phenomenon when we're trying to understand the municipal spending that we have before us. All right, how many more people want to speak? And is there anyone who hasn't spoken who would like to speak? Marta, you're the last one. Is there someone on Zoom?
Actually, Sue reminded me, I have had conversations with people in the select board for starting in February 2022, and most recently, I met with John Potter in his office to discuss the fact that other towns that were hosting motels in the motel program were able to charge the motel owners for law enforcement services, the increase in law enforcement services that came from those properties. Rutland Town did it, Williston did it, a couple other places. And again, I brought this to several select board members in February 2023. I went back in my email to find it. It turns out that there was some Act 250 issue that we couldn't, and John explained that to me, and that he's looking, to get that changed somehow. But in the process of all of these things, I was wondering if we could talk about things like that. Things that the town has asked for from the state, or that the state has put on us, yet for expenses, yet isn't helping us support. Because I do think this is a really important conversation that the town of Brattleboro needs to be having, again, as a hub town, as a host town, as the first exit off of 91, hosting the Brattleboro Retreat that discharges to homelessness no matter where people came from, maybe requiring the retreat to contact the caseworker, and, you know, things like this. And I know Brattleboro Hospital discharges to homelessness, and, you know, people from all around get brought here on ambulances. You know, really talking about some of these complex issues that are a little more, you know, like, it's not just a conversation within this town, it's a conversation within this town and the state. And especially, I'd like to just recommend that maybe John can give us an update or talk about, when we're talking about budget, what we think the state should pay and why, and maybe help us put, maybe we can help put some pressure on that.
And you know, the revenue sharing was #1 goal of last year's select board, or maybe it was #3. We addressed the other two and not that, and that was actually my pet project. So I still want to pursue it, but it is integral to our public safety plan. And it is part of this 10-point plan that we put together that One Brattleboro is a part of. So all of those issues of how the legislature can help us, what the needs are that are specific to what the legislature can do. We've discussed that with the legislature, and we need to do it again.
I was just gonna suggest that you let us townspeople know about it.
And
That was my suggestion, like, really talk about it.
Right.
Because this is, like, the one motel in Rutland Town was getting $22,000 a month starting in before February 2023. What if each of our properties had been able to get $22,000 a month, you know, to support the services that we're providing? And I think talking about those things, maybe putting a target on the state's back, but not your neighbor's back in these conversations, but also finding out what residents here in this town can do to advocate for Brattleboro, to state reps, state senators, and the governor's office.
Definitely. Well, definitely is on the agenda. When we're talking about community safety, we will be talking about our conversations with the legislature. They were just here a month ago at that table. Ask them those questions. John is working with them on certain initiatives. They could very well be the answer to our budget, but that's not clear yet.
Yeah, and can I just
Jim,
say-
go ahead.
And I just want to encourage, like, on those when the legislature comes here, or our legislative delegation comes, like, come to those meetings. They're very sparsely attended, but that's the time to stand up and look them in the eye and say, this means a lot to me, and write them and call them. And
I was not under the impression this is something that particular one is something that we could talk about with other legislators. I believe the town is in legal process. I just wanted to suggest that you let the town know the things that you're doing in those processes.
And you know, it's ongoing negotiations, so a certain amount of that should be left alone. But, for example, we got a notice from Miranda Gray about the motel program, and it was a notice because we don't have a say, we're just notified. And so when she was telling us that a certain amount of people were ineligible and so forth, and the numbers, and then that was immediately changed by the governor 2 days later. However, I called her because I wanted to understand those numbers, and something that she said to me that I thought was very interesting was that if people are ineligible, as Isaac said, they are no longer eligible. But the state of Vermont has another 900 people on a waiting list who are eligible. So don't think that the program is being reduced when people become ineligible. There are other people that will be placed in those motel rooms, and it's not a matter of reducing the program. And so our host duties are ultimately expanded and not reduced.
Can I ask a quick question? I feel like I should have asked this half an hour ago. Is there anyone here who is waiting specifically for the bike stuff? Okay.
The one who came on a bike,
Yeah, I just wanted to,
Yeah, and I had promised that Marta was our last comment.
okay, great.
So,
I just wanted to raise a point of information and remind everybody that we literally just voted on that issue on town meeting day. It was a ballot article in this town and it was voted down.
Which one?
which one?
Recouping costs from landlords.
Oh, no, this is about a different program. I'll send you.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Shall we move along? Notifications about budget meetings and scheduling and topics will all be presented. And let's talk about Western Avenue bike lanes.
We should have Steve, Julian, and Alice trucks.
Oh, look, I see Alice.
Oh, God.
And here's Sue. Sue, you want to start us off?
Thank you. Alice and I are members of the Traffic Safety Committee, and we recently were asked by the Select Board to take a look at the Western Avenue bike lanes. These are the bike lanes that are between Green Street and the exit to interchange. And many of you might be aware of them. They're unique in that we maintained a parking lane that kind of, sorry, my words aren't coming to me so well, but the bike lanes kind of meander along the corridor so that there is parking preserved on both sides of the street, not at the same time, but it's there. We painted these bike lanes in late 2023. They were painted after a study that was done, and that was the preferred alternative because people wanted both the bike lanes and to maintain parking in the corridor. And ever since they've been painted, we've been having complaints about them. So Alice, can I turn it over to you now and let you know what the Traffic Safety Committee is hoping that the Select Board might be able to take a little action tonight and give us some direction. Alice, if you want to speak to it.
Thanks, Sue. I am representing the Brattleboro Coalition for Active Transportation, and we have written a letter to the Select Board, which it should be in your packet tonight. We're giving you some of the history of the bike lanes, but in short, really, we are looking for you tonight to give approval to changing the paint on Western Avenue so that instead of there being alternate side parking during of that stretch that Sue described, parking would be on one side of the street for that entire time. The bike lanes would then be straight, one bike lane on each side still, but the bike lanes will be straight, parallel to the curb, parallel to the travel lane. There will be no cost to this, no change in the cost. V-Trans has agreed that the paint is the paint that they would lay. If there's room in the budget for when they're painting, we would ask for a buffer to be painted just the way it is in West Brattleboro near the Chelsea Royal Diner or on Route 30. This is the new thing, is painting these buffers with the stripes in between the travel lane and the bike lane. Again, though, that would be all within the budget of the painting, which they're going to be doing. The paving project is going to be happening this year, this summer. The paint will be laid this year, but we are really asking for you to approve the change from the existing way with the curves and the oddity to a straight lanes.
Liz, can I just add a couple of things there
Please.
to the request?
One thing is, we don't know for sure that the state will repaint them, but as Alice said, we've had some conversations with them and they've indicated that, it could possibly be done as a change order. So that's why we're asking for, permission to do this, to have the Select Board behind it.
So we can have those conversations before they do the paving project. We are also proposing that the parking lane be on the south side of the street. So that is the side where Holton Home is, the former Cooper's Coop Deli. There's a couple of commercial businesses on that side. They tend not to have as deep parking lots there. And as you get closer to Green Street, there's actually, there's a therapist office that's quite busy. And then, there's some places that don't have any parking. So it seemed like that made sense. The original bike lanes were funded with a grant. I've talked with the state, the grantee or the grantor, and they are, as long as we preserve bike lanes in the corridor, would not require us to pay back any of the grants. So there have been issues with it, particularly with snow. The plows kind of plow straight, and so the bike lanes are not maintained necessarily in the snowstorm, and that provides, and I shouldn't say the bike lanes, but the travel pattern is not maintained during snowstorms, so that can be a little bit confusing. So we did the study, we painted the bike lanes with the best intentions, and it just doesn't feel like it's the safest version for cyclists and even the motoring traffic. So
Right, absolutely for both, because clearly were made right away about, from motorists traveling down Western Avenue, that they felt that it was unclear where they were supposed to go. And so really the issue is about safety for all users of the road. Well, all users of the paved road. Yeah.
Great, thank you. Comments? Peter?
You're in my wheelhouse now. Hey, Alice, can I just ask you a quick question? I'm an avid cyclist, so and I like this plan a lot better than what was there, clearly. So, I'm in favor of this. But as an avid cyclist, I follow the flow of traffic coming and going. This new direction would, for a stretch of road, sort of break that muscle memory up for me and have me, if I'm heading west, I'm on the right side of the road, but if I'm east, I'm gotta be on the south side of the road when I would normally be on the north side of the road. Does that make sense? So I'm traveling, if I'm using this bike lane, I've gotta use it.
No, there will be a bike lane on both sides.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Yeah. Parking only on one side, yeah.
It's just using me, but yeah. That replaces the bike lanes that were put there. Great effort. Appreciate the thought. I like this plan. Let's move on.
Make a motion.
Can you make a motion?
A motion?
Go ahead.
Oh, hang on, we got.
There's public here.
Yeah,
You're public.
Can we speak?
Yes, I thought we'd have a motion and then you can speak to it.
Okay, I move to authorize the repainting of the bike lanes on Western Avenue between Green Street and Exit 2 with the 2025 paging project such that parking will be on only the south side of the avenue and the bike lanes will be straight on either side, perhaps including a buffer if there's space.
Great. Anyone else on the board want to comment?
Quick question.
Yes.
I seem to remember the paint coming off really quickly on those lanes. Is that an accurate memory, and is that something that would be different?
I think what happened was that this new scheme was placed on the existing roadbed. Now it's going to be repaved and repainted.
So I think this new direction of this bike path will keep it off car traffic.
Sue, do you want to comment?
Yeah, they were initially painted, Oscar, in fall of 2023. There were some issues with the paint, and the proper reflective beads actually were not in it. Then it got too cold and we couldn't repaint, so we repainted again in spring of 2024, and those have held up much better. Obviously, over this winter, I mean, they will require constant, maintenance to them, But when they were initially put down, yes, there was a reflectivity issue with the line striping.
Thank you.
All right, board members are set. I can ask the public. Tim?
Tim Cuthbertson, resident of 146 Western Avenue, next to the Holton home, on the south side, I guess we would call it, the south side of the road. First comment, I've never received a plan that indicates that from the planning department, from the traffic study department. The first notice I got was the notice that came a week ago or 2 weeks ago that said there was going to be discussed at the select board meeting tonight. So I haven't seen the plan. Okay, and you're taking away parking rights on Western Avenue. Not on my side, but on the other side. Secondly, I would agree that the crazy, wavy bike lane is nuts. Nobody stays in it. In fact, most cyclists along Western Avenue don't stay anywhere near the bike lanes. Sometimes they go down the middle of the road. So there's a disciplinary thing that doesn't hold even when you do have a bike lane. So, let people do what they do, but having a bike lane doesn't force anybody into it. I certainly agree straight lines is better than wiggly lines, but I don't know what parking study's been done. There's considerable parking. I mean, first of all, in the winter, you can't park on the road anyway, full stop, okay, because of the snow clearance. So all parking has to be off both the bike lanes and the parking lanes onto the properties. In the summer, opposite me, there's a lawyer's, Sandy Shriver's office. There are forever cars parked out there. Further down at Barclay and Vela, there are cars parked out there. Not always, they park in the lot when they can, but quite often people just run up, drop, park, go in, do what they do, the cars park there. So bringing that restriction or removing parking from the north side of the road, I think is problematical. If you've done the studies, you haven't communicated to the public. There's no informed consent coming from me because I haven't been informed. Really what you want is us to go, this is a great idea. From a bicycle standpoint, a straight line, a great idea. And I would subscribe to that, but removing the parking without discussion, not a good thing to do. Thank you.
And Sue, there was parking on either side at different places. So is there a net gain or loss of the parking? Has that been calculated?
No, because the spaces aren't striped, and there has not been a formal parking count study, but most people that travel there, maybe you're going to see 1 or 2 car spaces out there. We did improve crosswalks, and installed an RFB in a couple of locations, so it is possible to cross. Pre the bike lanes, there was parking on both sides. After the bike lanes, it was probably reduced in half, and now it's just a different version of the half. So we did send a notice to all the property owners along the corridor that abut the stretch of Western Ave, letting them know of this meeting, precisely to kind of hear the concerns as well, for the select board to hear that if there were concerns.
Dick Gray has his hand raised.
Okay.
Having trouble camera rolling here.
Well, we can hear you.
Okay, well, that'll work too. Dick DeGray, District 8, thank you. When I hear the bike lanes as they were or are, just, I'm happy we didn't have a fatality. So I strongly support the straight bike lines. If someone could answer the question of, if you're going to have a bike lane on the southern side where you have the parking, then why are we totally removing the parking on the northern side and just having a parking lane? What can't we get a bike lane in on the northern side also, or isn't there enough room? That would be one question. And then 2, I believe that section of road is going to be paved this summer. All the way out, the paving is, I believe, is going to go, and John can answer this, but all the way down Western Ave, all the way out to where the paving was done 2 years ago, out to the Chelsea Royal, I believe it started all the way to Wilmington. So there is a lot of people that utilize the church on different days. And so there's parking issues on that northern side that I don't think can be totally dismissed. And so, but I'm certainly in favor of the straight lines for sure. So, thank you.
Do we know an answer to that?
Well, the first one about, is there enough room? I think the answer is no, there isn't enough room. And that's why it's being proposed as it is. The second question was, will there be paving? And yes, that's what this is all about. It's going to be paved and then repainted. And the third question was?
I think those are the two main ones. Those are the two main ones, right?
Yeah, those are the two main questions. And I just, I don't know whether it's realistic to analyze the parking to see, I mean, as you said previously, there's pretty much the same amount of parking as exists now, but it's less parking than existed several years ago before this endeavor. Is that correct?
Yes.
I think it's noteworthy in the report that the letter was approved by the Traffic Safety Committee by a vote of 6-1, and that shows that endorsement.
Thank you. Yes.
Could I?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm just wondering if we got any responses, Sue, to what you sent out.
Have any emails or phone calls about that? The letter was sent out Friday, March 21st. So I would hope it would have been delivered by then, but no, I didn't get any calls or emails.
Okay, thank you. Gemma?
Gemma Seymour, District 8. I'd just like to make a clarification that the vote apparently in the document was not 6-1, it was 6-0 and 1. So 6-0 with 1 abstention. The other thing that I would like to say is that as someone who has been car-free in Brattleboro now for almost 4 years, this is my 4th car-free winter, I have a very strong interest in the building and maintaining of bicycle infrastructure. But one of the things that I have to say that I'm frankly shocked that I'm not seeing here is a map. Why is there not a map of this plan? I am actually a member of BCAT, although I haven't been active in it, and I do mean to be more active in it. But this is a dramatic flaw in this plan, that there's no visual representation of what this actually means. I'm also partially disabled, and my mother is disabled, so I'm not insensitive to the idea that changes to the parking may not actually be desirable on what is a commercial road. So I'll cede the rest of my time. Thank you.
Let's hear from the woman right there.
Hi, my name's Nell Mayo. I'm also District 8. I moved here. This I feel like I actually have some input on because I moved here in September 2023. And I think I'm just echoing feedback it sounds like you've gotten, but as somebody who goes on and off the highway every day, as that repainting was happening as I first moved here, I noticed that the rumble strip didn't get taken out, so you're actually driving on the rumble strip while you're in the correct lane. Especially at night, it did make me concerned because it's like, I'm not sure if the oncoming traffic was aware of the lane change. I didn't want to be endangering anyone in how I was driving, and I also obviously didn't want to be driving in the bike lane. So it sounds like the plan they formulated has been taking a lot of that feedback. I'm also not entirely clear of the repaving, if that would potentially take out that rumble strip and or like kind of lane sunkenness that we've experienced from, you know, taking out what was the divider and pushing it further to the, I guess, into the north lane. If it would, that would be amazing. And from everything I've heard from this, if I'm understanding it correctly, I think that would be good. And I think that would increase safety. 'Cause yeah, I saw that happening, and then I was driving on it in my very early experiences of coming in and out of town every day. I'm not a bicyclist for the most part, and I do not have much need to park on Western Avenue, so I'm speaking without that context. But I appreciate hearing about this. I didn't know it was happening, and I think it will make things safer.
Frick.
Frick's Bright District 9 rep. I am so relieved that we're finally fixing that, and having the parking on the south side is well reasoned. I appreciate your explaining that. I think this is going to make life a whole lot better. The bike lanes will hold up better because we're not going to be accidentally driving on them, which happens every day. I drive down Western Avenue, I see that. So, thumbs up. Obviously, there will be some slight downsides to any plan, but I think this is clearly largely on the positive, especially there is a little math problem with the number of parking spaces. We are going to increase the parking by doing this because of the transitions between the shifting from the right to the left. I expect to add a parking space for every transition, so you're actually increasing the parking in the process. And it's such a simple plan that map or no map, I would hope most people would be able to visualize it regardless.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Smith, right?
Aaron Smith, District 7. I live on Western Avenue, avid bicyclist. When they painted the shifting lanes, we tried to maintain those and found it to be a safety issue, and so we blatantly ignore them. And anything that can be done to straighten them out, I'm all for. And I think Frick is right about the gaining of parking spaces because you're not losing the shifting area where they shift back and forth. And as far as safety goes, I think that's the only way to go, is the new plan.
Tim, did you have another comment?
Yeah, I do. The lack of a map is problematical for people like me who like to see what's happening. And there hasn't been one circulated. I'll happily pick one up now. Has the Lutheran Church been, Dick just mentioned the church, I'd forgotten the church. The church, albeit it's not every day of the week, but Sunday services, there's probably 20 or 30 cars parked in that section for the service, because the lot on the Lutheran lot holds maybe 6 or 8 parking spaces. Both sides of the road, 10 to 15 cars on each side through Sunday services. Whenever there's another event, which they have on Thursday nights or Friday nights, there can be a similar number of cars parked on both sides of the roads. So if you're expecting there to be 30 cars or 35 cars for a service parked down the south side, and people, particularly some of the more elderly people, walking that distance, the consultation hasn't occurred, I don't think. It isn't the whole time, I grant you, but it's 2 days a week where there's that volume of people parked in that in the section outside my house and outside drivers and outside in front of the Holton. It's packed, and to take half of it away, Sue, I'm sorry, but it's you haven't. As far as I'm concerned, unless the parking analysis has been done, and unless every resident and every business along there has been consulted about the impact, I don't think you have a basis to move forward with removing the parking.
Liz, can I respond to that?
Please do. I would, yeah.
So 2 responses. I have not had a direct conversation with the Lutheran Church, or I am happy to do that if the select board would like to do that. I want to remind the select board, and this is probably not going to be a popular opinion, that is our town right of way. And how we choose to use that right of way and who it serves is, a decision that we get to make, that you get to make and the public gets to make. It is There is an RRFB there. There is plenty of parking on Western Avenue. Again, we don't have a formal parking study. I would never recommend doing a formal parking study there because there's a couple of times that, there's a couple of cars on the street. But, we did this project because there are multiple users of our roadway. And so, we can consult every individual business. Trust me, I heard from them when we removed parking on the south side, the dentist office and other businesses were not happy. But we did provide more crosswalks and RRFBs to make it safer to do that. So again, I think the town gets to choose. These are private businesses that are and churches that are using our right of way. In terms of a map, no, we don't have a map. I can work with Public Works and maybe they can draw something out if you want to see that before you make a decision on this. We do have a study from 2021, but the preferred alternative was to have the kind of alternating. I was hoping it would be clear and we could make this decision and then we'd work with the state as they were doing their paving for them to put something together. So we can do a drawing if that's something that you want.
Board, what do we think about having a vote and asking Sue to have a discussion with the Lutherans to see whether it's a problem, whether any accommodation can be made for them?
Personally, I hear what Tim's saying. I think the current system, however, it is so flawed that I think some people will be inconvenienced, and I regret that, but the current system is such a problem that I would be comfortable moving forward with this tonight, personally.
Great.
I would echo that.
Same here.
All right, let's have a vote. Amanda has made a motion, and that motion is to authorize the repainting of the bike lanes on Western Avenue between Green Street and Exit 2 with the 2025 paving project such that the parking will be on only the south side of the avenue and the bike lanes will be straight on either side, perhaps including a buffer if there is space. All select board members in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. That's the result.
Thanks, Sue.
Thank
Alice.
you, Sue. Thank you, Alice.
Thank you.
Tim, if you want to consult with Sue, I'm sure she'll provide you with a map or some sort of illustration.
You ready for that motion?
I am ready for that motion.
I motion we adjourn.
All in favor of?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Thank you, Seth. Thank you, interpreters. Thank you, BCTV. Thank you, Chris.
Thanks to the water.
Yeah. So you don't have to take notes, right? Or is it just for your own?
I like to have it just as direct, to be able to
Okay. I'm looking. I think you. I was like, wow, he's making a lot of notes, and then I realized we should be.
8:30. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.